era of football est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en iles. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 301 Transformation. The stands were filled with cheers from the fans. After such a difficult attack, they finally took the lead, which was enough to make them feel like they had escaped death. As for the fans at FIFA, they were a little confused. In their limited experience of watching FIFA's games, FIFA seemed to have never encountered such a dilemma. 20 minutes into the second half, they began to fall behind. They were leading in the first half, but were tied by the opponent. All this began to tell them that this game was different from the previous ones. But, isn't it normal to be different? The opponent is a former professional club. They are only one goal ahead of us now. Shouldn't we be proud? Most of the FIFA audience began to have such emotions. Although many of them didn't know how high the sky was, they always felt that Zheng Qi and his team were the best players in the world. Most of those who had such thoughts were players who followed FIFA from the 108th zone, and they were basically pure newcomers. However, after such a period of time in the mid-zone, they also began to know the difference between professional and amateur levels. But, I still can't accept it. What happened to the professional team? We, FIFA, swept all the opponents in the new area, whether they were professional or amateur guilds, and they were also thriving after coming to the mythology area. Didn't the famous Chain Guild also have no temper with us? We can't stand being behind like this now. FIFA guys, we must win this game. Driven by this mentality, the FIFA audience began to burst into more crazy shouts. If before, they just watched FIFA's game with an entertaining mentality, then now, they began to treat this game with a very strong emotion. It's no longer just a leisure time, but a desire for FIFA's victory. This change means that FIFA, as a club, has begun to have initial cohesion. Although for the club, the fans are not very different in terms of individuals, except for a few local tyrants, the vast majority of fans can only provide tickets and surrounding income for the club, and their personal contributions are relatively small. In this case, whether the fan is an extremely enthusiastic fan or a more Buddhist fan, the performance in terms of contribution to the club is the same, but in reality, the emotion of fanaticism can easily infect others. When there are more and more fans with unlimited enthusiasm and loyalty to the club in the fan group of a club, they can influence more people to become fans of the club. The contribution of individual fans of the club is not great, but when their number begins to grow, it is quite considerable. In the current Super League, it is very typical to be like this. You have to know that the bosses of the Super League clubs are actually not ranked in the country or even the world in terms of financial resources. It is just because they own a super club that they have a status and reputation that exceeds their financial resources among the ranks of the rich. For this, other rich people are of course a little unhappy, but there is nothing they can do. Who made them not intervene in the early stages of the professional league? Now, every professional team is held by their boss like a treasure, and the super team can bring a steady stream of income to the bosses. Even if they have no other source of funds, it is enough to make them prominent and materially rich. The richer the club, the more fans it has. The ticket share of each game is enough to make them a lot of money, not to mention all kinds of sponsorship income. Sponsors are not fools. They will not spend a lot of money to sponsor you for no reason. If you don't have a lot of hardcore fans, they will not do this. So for super teams, as long as they are in the super mix, they will have income. There are only home and away games on the schedule, no home and away games with specific locations. The income of each game is divided equally between the two participating parties. Even if you hug your thighs and get the heat, it is enough for you to live a comfortable life. But if you want to get rich, you still have to rely on the number of your hardcore fans. Extraordinary fans are not hardcore fans yet. They like Zheng Qi and others, think they are very powerful, and surround Zheng Qi and others with a herd mentality. After the amateur competition started, they also watched with the mentality of watching the acquaintances next door to participate in the internet celebrity audition. If they succeed, they will be very happy. If they fail, they will not be very disappointed. At most, they will comfort them and come back next year. At this time, they had already developed a feeling of common hatred against the enemy. The two players in the field could not hear the outside sounds, but outside the field, the roar of more than 100,000 people suddenly broke out, which led to the nearly 1 million other fans at FIFA. They began to shout loudly, even though they knew that the two players in the field could not hear them, they still began to shout. From all kinds of messy slogans, they gradually began to become unified. Fifen must win. Such a simple 4 words can best express their voices at this moment. The cheers of tens of thousands of fans of both were immediately suppressed. They looked at each other, a little at a loss. Before the game started, they were indeed shocked by the posture of millions of people on the other side. The fans of boat who stayed now are often older than Wang Chong. They are all old fans who watched boat's games when boat was still fighting in the first-class league. They have not left for so many years, but that kind of grandstand has not been seen for many years. This made the fans of boat feel a little emotional. However, after the game started, they began to look down on the fans at Fifen. You are also called fans? No cheering, no shouting, no organization, watching the game in bits and pieces, drinking drinks, eating snacks, and chatting with a smile. Are you here to watch the game or to gather? So after the game started, they used neat shouts to make the stands echo as only shouts of cheering for boat. There were also Fifen fans who were not convinced and wanted to fight with the other side, but the small group that was not a climate was so weak in the neat shouts. However, at this moment, Fifen's torrent finally showed their due power. On the field, the game was still going on. For the players of boat, this goal came extremely hard, but it was very valuable. Under such difficult circumstances, it took a full 20 minutes to attack and score a goal. They were already exhausted physically and mentally, let alone the other side. In such an attack and defense, both sides maintained enough rotations and were so tired. Does the amateur team of the other side really have the energy to launch a counter-attack? You have to know that the difference between professional teams and amateur teams is all round, and amateur teams don't have the tenacity of professional teams. However, after the game resumed, Fifen immediately began to counter-attack. They still gathered together and launched a steady advance, with a complete formation and firm steps. They were slow but did not give up a step and began to press towards the defense line of boat. Go up, fight them hard, cut through their defense line, and focus on attacking Zheng Qi and dynamic like wave. Boat's head coach sneered and commanded. They suffered such a loss last time, will they suffer this time? Amateur teams are amateur teams, relying on these two cores. As long as they are sent out of the field, most of the opponents will be killed by them in an instant. This has been proven before. Although Li Guirui and Wang Yuanfen also have excellent operating abilities close to the strength of professional players, they are only breakthrough players and cannot play the role of uniting the entire team. The only two people who can really make everyone on the field play to their level are Su Jing and Zheng Qi. This Fifen club seems to have good financial resources and good eyes for finding people, which is why they were able to find so many players with average skills but god-level accounts. They also found two good players, Zheng Qi and Dongyang Guangbo, to bring together this team with strong attributes but average operations. However, their shortcomings are also obvious. Without a strong core to lead, their tactics can only be so rigid forever. Zheng Qi and Dongyang Guangbo are their core and the objects of key protection. However, it is precisely because their roles are too important that once they are sent off the field, the entire Fifen team will suffer an extremely serious blow, or even be defeated. So far, Fifen has made frequent rotations, but Zheng Qi and Dongyang Guangbo have never been substituted off the field, proving that the other party also knows this clearly. You have put a lot of effort into bringing this team together in this way and bringing out their strengths. Unfortunately, in the final analysis, victory or defeat still depends on strength. It's okay that I didn't find the shortcomings in your lineup, but now that I have noticed them, you won't have any chance anymore. Boat's coach thought to himself, and then looked at the field. Boat's interference and impact were not very smooth. Fifen's formation was quite strict, closely protecting Su Jing and Zheng Qi, while steadily moving forward. The football was controlled by Zheng Qi's feet, constantly changing its position. This kid has good ball control skills, almost catching up with many professional players, but unfortunately his operation is mediocre. Could he be someone dug from the original Football League? Boat's head coach thought carefully about what Zheng Qi had done before, but he had no impression at all. Don't care about him. Anyway, he doesn't hinder us. They are advancing slowly, which is not a problem. Anyway, we're leading. It doesn't matter whether the victory looks good or not, as long as we can win. Boat's head coach thought to himself. Chapter 302. Encircled. Just win. If the head coach of another professional team only had this idea, he would have been fired long ago. In the Super League, winning or losing is not the most important thing. The key is to play your own characteristics, make the game more interesting, and attract more fans. After all, there are only two teams that are qualified to participate in the intercontinental competition, one league champion and one cup champion. Except for the three teams that are relegated, the other teams are fighting hard in the league to rank higher. Is it just for the little bonus? Of course not, they just want to perform better and win the support of fans. Whether it is for the commercial value of the club or for the personal value of the players, it is necessary to have a wonderful performance on the field. The game must be beautiful and exciting enough, and some new tactics must be thought out. It is precisely because of this motivation that professional competitions will become more and more exciting. This is more obvious in the first-class teams. There is no worry about relegation, but no hope of promotion. In this case, what should the first-class teams do? Of course, the only way is to play better and more exciting, attract enough fans, so that the club's finances can be better and the players can earn more. In this regard, the A-level team Yaoquan is a very typical example. This team is also a veteran team. They have been in the A-level arena for many years and have always been in a mediocre position. In recent years, they have been very weak compared to Cancun. However, if the boss of Cancun meets the boss of Yaoquan, he will definitely envy the other party. The boss of Yaoquan, who also does not have a rich fortune and leads a mid-level A-level team, lives a much more comfortable life than him. The income earned by the club every year is enough for the operation of the club and can also make him a lot of money. Unlike the boss of Cancun, he has to subsidize a lot every year, otherwise the club will have problems and he will directly play in amateur competitions. The same A-level team, the reason why Yaoquan is more popular, this can be judged from any data. The average attendance of A-level teams is generally maintained at around 2 million people per game. Some are more, some are less, but the overall data is like this. And what about Yaoquan? As long as they participate in the game, the number of viewers for each game is at least 5 million. The attendance rate is more than double the average attendance rate. What does this mean? Although the attendance rate is high, it will be taken advantage of by others, but other opponents can only take advantage of it twice a year. If you do this every time, of course your income will be much higher than the boss. The reason for this situation is that the Yaoquan team, like their name, is very demonic and very attractive. However, a few years ago, they were not so attractive. Like Cancun, they were in the middle of the pack, neither up nor down, and lived a very miserable life. But after several players joined their team, their games began to look good. Several guys with various defects who could not gain a foothold in the super team, but cooperated together and became like-minded. After the guys who always had some very genius ideas collided with each other, Yaoquan's games began to become extremely entertaining. They always came up with some tricks in every game, often making the opponent laugh and cry when they won. So although their results are still unstable, after all, those gimmicks are sometimes not suitable for actual combat, but they still bring them incomparable popularity. However, for both now, playing well is not the most important thing. How much lower can the popularity drop? After 5 or 6 years in amateur competitions, those who should leave have already left, and those who stay are definitely not for watching exciting games. They are just looking forward to the team returning to the professional arena as soon as possible. Win first, then you can talk about other things. So the players of both began to constantly look for opportunities to attack the opponent's defensor. Even if Fifan's defensor is quite solid, at the expense of the advancement speed, the protection of the two causes in place. Even if they die, they will not let both people affect Su Jing and Zheng Qi's performance. Liga Rui and Wang Yuanfen are constantly attacking the opponent's formation, interfering with the opponent, and at the same time using their speed and operation to cut off the opponent's subsequent offensive, so that their side can get some breathing space. It took Fifan's formation 5 minutes to advance forward. Of course, both doesn't care if the time is long. They are now leading, but the opponent's stable advancement still makes both feel inappropriate. Even if you kill time, it is best to kill time when your team controls the ball, so that it can be more stable. Otherwise, the fate of the entire team cannot be controlled by itself, which is a bad phenomenon for any team. There are still 20 minutes left, don't rush. Boat's coach reminded his players. Indeed, 20 minutes is far from the time of the decisive battle, and the control of time is also something that professional coaches should do. Because of various reasons such as skills, professional games in the football era need to improve their attention better in order to avoid revealing flaws. Although scoring a goal still has a lot of luck, with the improvement of skills and attributes, if each professional player is put in the professional game of that year, then it is like a Superman playing football. There are too many things that can be done, and there are many ways to score a goal. Not being arrogant or impatient, and treating the game calmly is the key to victory. We still need to keep the pressure on Jin Kambai and Dongyang Guangbo, but we can also prepare to send them off the court when their two annoying attackers come to harass us. At the time, it will be the key for us to tear open the opponent's defensor. Boat's head coach continued to arrange. The opponent's important protection objects are of course the two auxiliary cores, but using this to complete the new tactics is also a good means. Fifen continued to advance, and Boat continued to snipe. The scene seemed to have entered a stalemate, but in such a situation, it is easier to have exciting scenes at any time. The long-term stalemate is actually a layout, and the victory or defeat is decided at a certain moment. If you are distracted at this time, you will lose the opportunity to see the exciting scenes at the first time. The audience on the sidelines watched the game attentively, shouting the names of the teams they supported. The game began to enter a white-hot stage. Boat launched an attack again, and the other players of Fifen began to retreat, while Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen rushed forward to disrupt the opponent's subsequent offensive. Qing Yizhao and Hong Jian cut deeply into Fifen's defense like two sharp blades, while others followed up, breaking through the surface with a point, tearing a hole, and then tearing it open again, thus gaining the advantage of terrain. Fifen's people began to bravely block. Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen jumped out at the same time, cutting off the others' follow-up contact with Qing Yizhao and Hong Jian. However, the direction of Qing Yizhao and Hong Jian's attack changed at the same time. They turned over and killed back, leaving behind the other Fifen players who had already retreated a lot, and the others also changed the direction of attack and rushed towards Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen at the same time. Before the people arrived, several control skills had already covered all the directions that Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen could move. Control them first, then focus fire and take away these two guys who jump around and make people feel irritated. This was the tactic set by the head coach of Boat, and this tactic was unanimously agreed by the Boat players. These two guys were too annoying. Although they did not cause any damage, they repeatedly interrupted their offensive, like fleas, which made people feel extremely annoyed. For annoying flies and mosquitoes, it is natural to slap them to death to make people feel happy. The control skills covered the opponent's escape route. As long as the opponent escaped, he would be controlled. If he did not escape, he would also be subject to concentrated fire. The control skills also had a prominent light and shadow effect, so after covering, the Boat players could not see the opponent's movements clearly. Anyway, no one escaped, so there would be no problem. In the next wave of concentrated fire, the two opponents would not be able to escape. At least 8 Boat players rushed towards Wang Yuanfen and Li Gurui, who were shrouded in the light and shadow effect. They rushed over very quickly, and the light and shadow effect dissipated in a short time. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Boat players surrounded Wang Yuanfen and Li Gurui heavily, and they also saw the light flashing on the two people. It was a sacred light. Octavion's second skill, Cleansing. This is the most effective skill for removing negative skills. It only has this effect. Unlike other skills, which are accompanied by some blessings, blood recovery and other status, Octavion's skill has only one effect, that is, to remove any negative effects on the body. The only advantage is that it is fast, and no matter how many layers of effects there are, they will be removed at the first time. He actually brought the Octavian hero card. All the players who won the game had the urge to curse. Are you kidding me? You two who are fast attacking, actually brought the clumsy Octavian hero card. And you have persisted until now. Kill them. Hong Jian shouted, and the others began to attack Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen one after another. What if you remove the negative effects? 8 people surround 2 people, no matter how fast you run, no matter how outstanding your abilities are, even if there are 2 Luciations, they can be taken away in an instant. A series of skills hit Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen. Their physical values are not particularly high. In theory, even if they can dodge some of the skills in this wave, the rest will be enough for them to die. However, at this moment, they flashed again. Octavion's ultimate move, Godhead, can restore his physical strength within half a minute after it is applied to him. Although it is impossible to offset all the damage, it can undoubtedly provide him with enough endurance. While restoring their physical strength, the two of them dodged back and forth in the small space. After this wave, both of them were at low health, but neither of them died. Another wave. This time it was Qing Yizhao's turn to shout. Anyway, the opponent's people would not come so quickly, so they should kill these two first. Even if it took some time, this little time was within their calculation and control. Then the next moment, the players who won the game had the urge to vomit blood at the same time. Chapter 303. We're professional players. The effect of the Godhead was still lasting, but Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen had another kind of light on them. Yuo Jin's ultimate move was impregnable. Among all the skills of the heroes, it was the only skill that could bring a short period of invincibility. It also strengthened a part of the attack power, so that the opponent's attack would not cause any loss of their health, and at the same time it could rebound a part of the damage. This effect was also unique among all the skills, so generally speaking, the first choice for tank players was Jin. Although his skills were born for defense and were not very effective in offense, as a defensive skill, it was extremely useful. Even if these skills had a long cooldown time, they could save lives when they were used at a critical moment. This was also the reason why the players wanted to vomit blood. You too fast guys, why did you prepare 2 tank hero cards? It was normal to prepare one as a backup, but you actually prepared 2 at once. This was 1/5 of the number of all the hero cards that could be carried. Although in theory, it is enough to bring one type of hero in the game, in reality, the use of hero cards is quite important. Only 10 heroes can be brought in the game, which means that only 30 skills can be used. The cooldown matching between each other requires a large number of skills to be used together. As 2 attackers with fast mobility, they actually brought 2 meat shield heroes. Under any circumstances, this is very unprofessional behavior. However, such unprofessional behavior brought a miraculous effect at this moment. Although the invincibility time lasts for a short time, otherwise everyone would bring this hero, it is only 5 seconds, but in these 5 seconds, a lot of things can be done. The light around the both players who surrounded Wang Yuanfeng and Li Guorui lit up at the same time. 6 extraordinary players appeared around them at the same time and surrounded them. This is all the troops that Su Jing and Zheng Qi can teleport at this moment. Before the light faded, the extraordinary players with various blessing lights on their bodies had already begun to output at full strength. In addition to the strong rebound of Wang Yuanfeng and Li Guorui, 3 boat players turned into light and left the field at one time. Next is 2 more. Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao had not been sent out of the competition venue yet, and at this time Wang Chong made a choice. He also used the teleportation skill to teleport Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao to the side of Su Jing and Zheng Qi. Kill them both! Wang Chong shouted loudly. At this time, Wang Chong calmly found the only way to win. It is impossible to pass the ball through teleportation. At this time, the ball must be next to Jin Yingkai and Dongyang Guangbo. With the level of Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao, they can kill these 2 people instantly, grab the ball, and launch an attack. The game of football era, in the final analysis, is not the main task of killing the opponent, but scoring a goal. However, when he just teleported Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao, Zheng Qi had already completed the pass. He kicked the ball to the front court. The next moment, they were attacked by Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao, but this was no longer a problem. Zheng Qi received the ball in the front court, and Li Guorui and Wang Yuanfeng began to rush forward with others, almost instantly breaking through the opponent's defense line. Zheng Qi dribbled the ball forward quickly, and the others guarded him closely. The next moment, they came to the goal. The poor goalkeeper was fired upon by Li Guorui and others and left the field with a scream. Zheng Qi easily kicked the ball into the goal of boat. 3-3, Fifen tied the score again. Zheng Qi waved his fist, and then the other Fifen players rushed up and surrounded him. Well done! Fifen's fans shouted excitedly. Although it was only a draw now, the excitement brought by this goal was more than the double-digit goals in the previous game. Goals and victories against strong enemies are more valuable. Damn it, it seems that these guys really have something to keep. Boat's coach said angrily. In the previous wave, they wanted to dig a pit, but the other side actually dug a pit in return. Looking at the other side's skillful cooperation, it is clear that this is definitely not a temporary cooperation organization, but a premeditated one. But anyway, with the strength of your team's players, you can only memorize some ways of playing. There are many different situations in the game. Can you practice all the possibilities? Boat's coach thought angrily in his heart, and then quickly made arrangements, commanding the team to suppress the attack again. At this time, he ignored the time. There were less than 15 minutes left in the game. 15 minutes is actually a long time. However, under the current situation, both players have overdrawn a lot of energy, and their offensive effect will also be discounted. On the surface, Fifen's players have also overdrawn their energy, but in fact, only Su Jing and the other 4 have overdrawn more. The others took turns to play, and the things they did were relatively simple. They didn't waste their energy. On the contrary, they were in a good state at the moment because they were fully focused on the game. The most important thing is that Zheng Qi has been retaining his strength, waiting to give the opponent a good look at the critical moment. Both launched an attack again. Their attack this time was still similar to the previous one. They divided their troops into 3 routes and put pressure on Fifen from 3 directions. Fifen did not split into 3 routes to intercept, but chose to recover from the beginning. Now Su Jing and the others were very tired and could not afford the task of intercepting separately. Seeing the opponents huddled together, Bodhi was extremely disgusted. They had seen such defense before, and they had torn through the opponent's defense twice and scored goals, but such defense was really too tiring to play. They had to tear it apart little by little, peel off the opponent's defense little by little, kill the opponent's core, and then score a goal. This process could not be achieved overnight, but required repeated competition and pressure, and there could not be too many mistakes, otherwise, a slight mistake might throw away all the advantages just gained, and then have to start all over again. After all, it only takes 10 seconds for the opponent to make up for it if you kill one person, and at the same time defend in front of your own goal. When the opponent returns after 10 seconds, you can directly join in the defensa, which is particularly troublesome. But fortunately, it was just tiring and troublesome. Based on the experience just now, it was not a problem for them to score a goal. There are still 15 minutes left before the end of the game. Attack slowly. After the attack is completed, the game time will be almost over, right? Then we can win the game without any danger. With this idea in mind, the players of both began to attack. Although they already had inertial thinking, they did not feel that they could relax because of this. The reason was simple. Goals were not something that could be achieved by chance, nor could they win by constantly oppressing the opponent. Victory requires constant attempts and constant attacks to score goals. So they still did not dare to relax. Defensa. Defensa. Withstand their attacks. Fifen's fans shouted in unison in the stands, even though they knew that the Fifen players could not hear their shouts, but they still shouted loudly. This was their duty, nothing more. It seemed that their shouts really inspired the Fifen players. The Fifen players still looked very brave in the following defensa. They were constantly killed by the players of Bode. In terms of operation level and control skills, they were indeed far behind the players of Bode, so although their attributes were excellent, they were still constantly sent out of the field after being hit by the opponent. However, under the command of Butler Meng, they lined up to die, rather than all at once. There was a big difference between the two. If they all went up to die, the defense line would be empty. If they went up one by one, most of the defensive forces would still be there, and the impact would not be great. They lined up to die like this. Of course, they also tried their best to send out their skills before each death. With their attribute strength, each time a skill was thrown out, the damage caused was still not small. Even if it did not cause damage, it hindered the opponent's progress. Fifen used every bit of strength to the extreme. If not, they would not be able to assist Bode until this time. Now Bode's players are both annoyed and respectful of Fifen's players. Annoyance is annoyance of their stubborn style. You're obviously going to lose, but you are still fighting such a bad battle. Is there any style? As for respect, it is easy to understand. Such a tenacious opponent is of course worthy of respect. Even if it causes great trouble to you, you can hate him, but you can't help but respect him. On the contrary, those opponents who kneel down after a casual fight, even if you beat them very happily, will not have even the slightest respect for them in your heart. Come on, kill them, and stick to the end. Wang Chong encouraged his teammates in the team channel. The amateurs on the other side can show such a tenacious fighting spirit, can't we show better than them? In fact, every player of Bode has such thoughts in their hearts. Although they are mixed in the amateur league, they may have lost a lot of ambitions over time, but in the final analysis, they are still professional players. Amateur players can show perseverance and serious attitude towards the game, can't they show it? What a joke. Now it's a competition of willpower. As a professional player, can you lose to amateur players in this aspect? As long as you stick to it, victory will definitely belong to us. With such thoughts in mind, the players of both began to attack more fiercely. Chapter 304. Change of situation. The head coach of both looked at his watch. There were still 7 minutes left. There was no extra time in that football era. When the time was up, it would be terminated immediately, even if you were about to kick the ball into the empty goal the next moment. When the time was up, it was up. Such a rule seemed very strict, but since everyone was treated equally, it was quickly accepted by people. We need to strengthen the attack. The head coach of Bode instructed that there was no need to delay now. The reason why they did not launch a more violent attack just now was to better weigh down the opponent's fighting spirit and strength. Now, it was time to force the attack. Fighting to this point was the final test of will, and in this regard, both would definitely not be worse than the Yamato team, and should even be much stronger. No matter how tenacious and determined amateur players are, they will often fall into confusion in such a stalemate, and will not be as good as they were at the beginning of the game. Their tactics did not change. They still cut into the middle and tried to kill Su Jing and Zheng Qi first. Killing these two people, the others are not enough. Even if Wang Yuanfeng and Li Gurui are also excellent, they are only excellent themselves, and they can't mobilize all the players. So even if it costs 4 or 5 people to leave the field, we have to kill these opponents first. They launched an attack. For the next tactical goal, both did not hide it at all, but showed it nakedly. Even if you know it, what can you do? This is an open conspiracy that can only be blocked by strength. Does Fifen have such power? No. Although they are also very brave, others are constantly intercepting Boat's attack, but Boat still uses 4 players to resist the rest of Fifen. The remaining attackers, except Wang Chong who controls the ball and assists in the back, all rushed into Fifen's formation. With Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao as the spearhead, veteran Hong Jian performed exceptionally bravely after coming on the court in the second half of the game. In the case of resting in the first half, it is obvious that the lack of energy that has hindered him this season will not cause him any trouble. Such veterans, even though they only played half the game, were still able to show their value. Qing Yizhao was also willing to assist Hong Jian in such a situation. Hong Jian was in front, he was behind, and with the help of the other 3 teammates, they rushed to Su Jing and Zheng Qi in one breath. Su Jing and Zheng Qi did not lose their composure. Su Jing used 4 auxiliary skills at that moment, blessing other teammates with all the skills she could bless, while Zheng Qi threw out a large-scale obstruction skill, which evenly hit all 5 opponents. The other players of Fifen turned around and used all the skills they could use on the 5 players of Boat. Such a covering attack was enough to seriously injure the players of Boat. However, Qing Yizhao and others were also not moved at all. All sacrifices were necessary. As long as the final tactical goal could be achieved, it would be enough. They did achieve their tactical goal. Without paying any attention to the opponent's fierce attack, they used their most powerful offensive skills against Su Jing and Zheng Qi. Facing such an attack, Su Jing and Zheng Qi did not have any evasion and defense skills. Even if they did, they would be killed instantly in such an attack. Su Jing and Zheng Qi left the field, and under Fifen's attack, except for Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao, the other 3 players of Boat also died. After Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao completed the kill, Fifen's second wave of attack came at the same time. Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao left the field, but under the fierce attack of other players of Boat, Xin Zhailan, Yan'el Yuanlu and Yuzi also left the field at the same time. At the same time, Wang Yuanfeng and Yuan Ziquan attacked and each took away a player of Boat, but in order to kill the opponent, Wang Yuanfeng was also controlled by Wang Chong's skill. The remaining 2 players of Boat focused their fire and Wang Yuanfeng was taken away. In a flash, 6 Fifen players left the field, and 7 players of Boat left the field. Although Fifen has the advantage in numbers at this moment, it is obvious that only Li Gurui, the Mad Blade of Chaos, can face Fifen, who is not inferior to the player of Boat, in a one-on-one situation. He has completely lost the power to resist. The remaining 2 players except Wang Chong, one took the initiative to entangle the Mad Blade of Chaos, and the other rushed towards the remaining 4 Fifen players. Zheng Qi, 2 ordinary Fifen players, and an even more ordinary player guarding the door. The one guarding the door can't move. Can the remaining 3 inconspicuous Fifen players be his opponents? The remaining Boat player alone is enough to rely on his speed and skills to gradually kill the opponent, not to mention that he has the support of Wang Chong behind him. Stable. A hint of joy flashed across the face of Boat's head coach. Although the losses of this attack were somewhat beyond his expectations, the current situation is still extremely beneficial to Boat. However, the next moment, he saw that Zheng Qi and the other 2 Fifen players used a large range of skills to damage Wang Chong at the same time. At such a long distance, you want to kill Wang Chong, isn't that wishful thinking? The coach laughed dumbly. However, the next moment, his face changed. The 3 of them used Lu Xun's ultimate skill, Burning Yiling. Burning Yiling is not the fastest skill to be cast, nor is it the skill with the widest coverage. However, skills with fast release speeds do not have a wide coverage as Burning Yiling, and skills with a wide coverage are not as fast as Burning Yiling. Their goal was not to kill Wang Chong, but to let the skills hit the football and refresh it. Wang Chong also reacted, but the opponent's 3 skills covered in batches, the position was extremely wide, and there was no gap at all. No matter which direction he ran, he could not avoid the direction of the skill unless he passed the ball. But to pass the ball, he needed teammates to receive it. Did he have teammates to receive it now? There was another one, but that was a teammate guarding his own goal. Chong had no other options. In this situation, it was not that you could block the attack of the skill with your body to prevent the ball from being covered by the skill. The only way to avoid this was to make the ball leave the coverage of the skill. So Chong could only watch the ball disappear under him. The place where the ball was refreshed was random, but of course it was on the field of the game. Chong quickly looked around and saw it at a glance on such a field with an unobstructed view. The ball refreshed alone in the middle of the midfield and the goal. Chong turned around and ran immediately. He was the player closest to the ball, but he had a problem. As a supporting player, he did not bring a hero card with skills such as teleportation. The only one that could play a similar role, Yuoji's second skill, Rush, had just been used by him and was on cooldown. Rush, a skill that could teleport up to 3 people to a visible place, often had a very long cooldown period. He could only run over now, but the Mad Blade of Chaos must have the skills of acceleration and teleportation. So while he was running, he quickly issued instructions in the team channel, asking his teammates to entangle the Crazy Knife of Chaos. One person was enough to entangle the Crazy Knife of Chaos, and the remaining teammate could stop 3 opponents without any problem. Chong rushed towards the football refresh, and the coach off the court also observed that the Crazy Knife of Chaos was indeed entangled by the player of Bodhi, but another player of Bodhi only entangled 2 opponents, and the remaining Rin Pingsheng was chasing Wang Chong at high speed. Someone is catching up, it's that Rin Pingsheng. Bodhi's coach reminded him. Chong looked back while running wildly, and indeed found that Zheng Qi was catching up with him at an incredible speed. This person is useless. Chong replied. Zheng Qi didn't perform well in the whole game. What's the problem with running faster now? Although Chong is only a supporting player, with the operating level shown by Zheng Qi before, Chong felt that even if he let him hit him, he might not be killed by him. Are you really sure? The coach's voice came over. Chong looked back again and found that Zheng Qi, who was a little far away from him, had already caught up to him not far behind. How could it be so fast? Chong was shocked. A skilled 3-stage charge. The coach said quickly. The 3-stage charge is not a skill, but a combo. Many skills have the effect of rapid forward charge, and such skills can be accelerated again after only using the forward charge effect, and the third switch can accelerate the 3rd time. This is also the maximum number of superpositions that can be used without taking action as stipulated by the system, so it is called the 3-stage charge. However, although many ordinary players can use such skills, it takes a lot of skill to play well and not let the stiffness when switching skills affect oneself. Judging from the speed at which the opponent closes the distance, such a skill should be used quite skillfully. And the coach's words also prove this point. A skilled 3-stage charge can use the word skilled. Is this person really as incompetent as he showed before? Thinking of this, Chong began to have some concerns. Don't run anymore, he's already very close to you. If you try to control the ball first, you won't be able to resist his attack. This guy's attributes are not low. Turn around to resist. Hold on for a few seconds, Qingyi is out and the others will be able to come back to help you. The battlefield is now closer to our resurrection point. The coach roared in a low voice off the court. In this situation, it's not a matter of losing a good opportunity to attack, but the goal of our team will also be under great threat. And what's the time now? The coach looked at his watch, and then his face sank. There are 3 minutes left, and the game is over. Chapter 305. The Last Lead. When Chong heard the instructions from the coach, he did not hesitate at all, but turned around and stopped. He believed in the coach's judgment. The coach had the perspective of everyone on the field, and of course he knew the situation on the field much better than he did. What's more, the coach had already made the current situation very clear. If he forced to control the ball, the opponent might be able to take advantage and kill him. After all, he was a supporting player. Without the initiative, he would no longer have any skills to make him turn a disadvantage around. If he turned around to assist the opponent, it would only take a few seconds for Qingyi Zhao and others to return to the front of his own goal to provide support. Although the opponent's players could also return to the field at the same time, they would return to the front of the opponent's goal. It would not be possible to come to support in just a few seconds. Although this would also lose the opportunity for the team to attack, what both faced now was not the problem of scoring, but the problem of keeping the ball from being lost at this time. If he lost the ball at this time and fell behind again, even if he pulled Lu Xiaoshan and other fierce players to play, he would not be able to save the fate of failure. Although it was a pity to lose the chance to lead the opponent, it was better than letting the opponent lead at this time. If it dragged to overtime, there was still a chance for Bode. Bode and his teammates had already seen that this guy with the ID Ren Pingsheng was simply a ninja turtle. He could have waited until now to show his true level. Looking at his movements and acceleration speed just now, at least, he would not be the level of an ordinary player that he had shown before. To be able to hide himself so deeply, could it be that he only hid such an acceleration ability? Wang Chong was a little uneasy, but he focused on dealing with this guy. Although he was just a supporting player, his attribute operation ability was not bad after all, so it should be no problem to support for a few seconds. The next moment, he saw Zheng Qi disappear in front of him. Stealth or fatalness, or rough but delicate? Wang Chong did not panic, but thought in his heart, and at the same time, his men used a control skill on both sides of him without delay. Although he was a supporting player, he usually hit several control skills and life-saving evasion skills. The former was to allow himself to have some resistance when facing the opponent's attack, and the latter was to give himself some chance to save his life. After these two skills were released, Wang Chong immediately found that Zheng Qi did not attack from his side, and then he immediately turned around and cast a new look behind him. Lu Ming's first skill can see all the stealth skills in a large area. Zheng Qi was still not behind him. Just when Wang Chong was a little dazed, Zheng Qi showed up in front of him. After entering the invisible, he did not move, and waited until Wang Chong used skills continuously, then showed his figure, and then rushed forward quickly. Wang Chong's face did not change. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to have no preparation for the head-on attack. In fact, when those skills were released just now, he had already begun to prepare to chant the big move. Zhao Yu's big move, Ash and Smoke. These are also his only two big moves that can cause huge damage. With his level, he can completely make preparations for this big move when switching heroes. This is something that experienced players can do. Can this fast guy in front of him avoid this move that he has been planning for a long time? One more step. Seeing that Zheng Qi was only one step away from stepping into the killing range of annihilation, the next moment, Zheng Qi jumped up and quickly passed over his head at an astonishing speed, and then the next moment, he transformed into an eagle wolf and launched a fierce attack. The invisibility at the beginning was Simia's first skill, Fatalness. Just now, when he passed over Wang Chong's head, he used Simia's second skill, 1000 Miles Rush, while jumping. Now, it was Simia's ultimate move, Eagle Vision and Wolf Guard. He did not switch hero cards, but just used a hero's skill to put himself in the most advantageous state. Before Wang Chong had time to turn around, he was hit by Zheng Qi's continuous set of ultimate moves, Eagle Vision and Wolf Guard. This move is not just a quick attack, but is divided into two different skills. Eagle Vision brings control, with effects such as stiffness, while Wolf Guard is a continuous attack. However, the big move with more effects is obviously less lethal. After this set, Wang Chong still has half of his physical value. However, Wang Chong is not happy at this moment, because Zheng Qi's speed of completing this set of Eagle Vision and Wolf Guard is surprisingly fast. Eagle Vision and Wolf Guard has a total of 8 shots, 4 of which are control and 4 attacks. It can only stop after all of them are completed, which is quite a test of the player's level. It takes 5 to 6 seconds for ordinary players to complete this set, but what about Zheng Qi? It only took 1 second. At this time, Qing Yizhao has returned to the field and is moving quickly towards Wang Chong's position, trying to save the captain. But after Zheng Qi finished this set, he did not stop his actions. The next moment, he switched to Jiangui's hero card and used the big move Kirin. A giant Kirin beast with flames all over its body seemed to appear in the field, suppressing the somewhat desperate Wang Chong. Wang Chong has not been able to get over the opponent's control skills. When Zheng Qi's big move is finished, it is a foregone conclusion that he will leave the field. At this time, Qing Yizhao had already rushed over, but he did not go to save Wang Chong. He was not a support player, and he could not save him, so he chose to besiege Wei to save Zhao. Zheng Fei's second skill, riding alone to cover the rear. With a huge blow-off effect, he rushed towards Zheng Qi. Whether he was hit or dodged, Wang Chong could get a chance to breathe. Zheng Qi did not dodge, he took this move hard, but his body did not shake at all, but continued to launch a fierce attack towards Wang Chong. Jiangui's first skill, bold as a fight. The effect of this skill is nothing else, that is, the super strong domineering ability, which is not moved by any external objects. Although it cannot bless attributes such as speed and strength, it can make the player not move at all under the opponent's blow-off attack. Why did I forget this? Zheng Qi cursed himself in his heart, and immediately activated Zheng Fei's ultimate move 10,000 enemies, wanting to kill Zheng Qi directly. However, during this delay, Zheng Qi had already used all the lethality brought by Kalina to attack Wang Chong. Wang Chong turned into light and left the field without saying a word. Zheng Qi then rolled over and avoided Zheng Qi's attack. Killed him. Zheng Qi, who had also entered the field, shouted and quickly moved in this direction. At this time, they no longer wanted to think about anything else, but just wanted to kill this guy who made them fail and embarrassed. Zheng Qi avoided Zheng Qi's attack, but it only delayed the time for him to die. However, the next moment, when Zheng Qi turned around, he did not find any trace of the opponent. Oh no, Zheng. When Zheng Qi had such a thought in his mind, he saw Zheng Qi emerging from his side like a ghost. The first skill is forbearance, the second skill is to offer a map, and then cooperate with the ultimate move to stab clean, which is enough to take away any player instantly. Zheng Qi also reacted quickly. At this distance, it was impossible to dodge Zheng's big move. The three skills of Zheng were combined, and the damage bonus was enough to take away any player, and he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. As an offensive player, Zheng Qi also brought Zheng's skill card, so he immediately switched to Zheng's hero card, and then stabbed Zheng Qi in the chest with the same stab. At worst, we will die together. As a professional Zheng Qi, his series of decisions can be said to be done in one go, but when he stabbed clean, he saw a sly smile on the other party's face. Zheng Qi knew that something was wrong, but this mood could not be taken back. It was not until he stabbed into Zheng Qi's chest that he realized that Zheng Qi's stab was just an empty frame, seeking death. Zheng Qi only hit such a thought, and he found that he had turned into light and left the field. Fuck, what's going on? Zheng Qi, who appeared on the bench, was furious. Cleopatra's ultimate move is to use the opponent's force to counter-attack. Wang Chong, who was also off the court, smiled bigly. Zheng Qi immediately understood. Using the opponent's force to counter-attack is Cleopatra's ultimate move. The effect is to double the damage you suffer and return it to the opponent. But before that, you have to add a chain to the opponent, otherwise how can it be returned to you? As for being killed instantly, that's very simple. In a hurry, it is still possible to take away half of the opponent's physical value. Double it on yourself, isn't it a kill instantly? His assassination of Qin is an empty shell. When he made the move to stab clean, he actually used his ultimate move to connect you and him together, Wang Chong explained with a bitter smile. At this time, Zheng Qi's physical value on the field had recovered from half-blood to full blood. This was not the effect of his own skills, but Su Jin had caught up and used the wood ox and flowing horse to add blood to him. Attack. After Zheng Qi killed two opponents in succession, Fifen's numerical advantage on the field had been restored. Su Jin and others who had just been sent off the field had returned to the field and had already attacked the front field. Although many people from both also returned to the field to help defend, the two most critical people were off the field. How could they withstand the fierce offensive of Zheng Qi and others? The most fatal thing was that they had no experience or psychological preparation for the strong attack on Zheng Qi. Li Gerui and Wang Yuanfen harassed on both sides, and Zheng Qi forced his way in. With just one wave of attack, he defeated Boat's hastily organized defense line. In the process, Zheng Qi infinitely pulled the opponent's hatred, killing Hong Jian and two other players at the same time, and then was killed by the opponent's concentrated fire after being surrounded. However, Boat's defense line had become riddled with holes, and Su Jin easily completed the goal. Fifen led Boat 4-3, leading for the third time in that game, and it was also very likely to be the last time to lead. Looking at the sky above the stands with less than a minute left, all Boat players were silent. There will be no miracles again. Chapter 306 Special Guests. There really was no miracle. Although after the game started, Boat launched a fierce attack, even they themselves knew that this time was not enough for them to score. Although in the past games, there were often scenes of continuous goals in the last few minutes, in the football era, because of the improvement of the player's personal level and the use of skills, it was completely impossible to quickly reach the opponent's half and score a goal. The advancement of the formation requires more time, and the setting that the skills will be refreshed when they touch the football also makes it a luxury to score a goal in a short time. Such an approach will certainly affect the suspense of the game. However, the highlight of the game in the football era itself is not only the goal, but the contest of skills between the two sides. With the two offsetting each other, the impact is not great. Not long after Boat attacked Fifen's half, the game time came to the last second. The system announced the end of the game without emotion. At this moment, the FIFA fans in the stands burst into huge cheers. After this twists and turns of the game, the mood of FIFA fans kept fluctuating with the progress of the game, and thus began to show an extremely trusting emotion towards FIFA. They didn't care at first, but as the game progressed, they began to worry about the victory. However, FIFA's final counter-attack made them trust the team and developed a feeling of respect and closeness to the team. Originally, most of FIFA's fans became FIFA members because they thought Zheng Qi and his team were awesome. After the club formed a team, they felt that their previous choice was not wrong. This almost classic victory made them truly become fans who had sustenance for the FIFA club. Maybe they are not hardcore fans yet, but as time goes by, they will definitely have a large number of hardcore fans and a considerable number of loyal fans, laying a solid and good foundation for the growth of the FIFA club. Zheng Qi and his team are not clear about this yet, but they will soon know what today's victory means to them. For the players and fans of Bode, this defeat is hard for them to accept. Bode, which was able to win to the finals every year, was eliminated in the 4th round this year. Does this mean that Bode has begun to go downhill? Obviously, after this game, I'm afraid that many fans of Bode will leave in frustration. Although Bode will not suffer any real loss in terms of finance, after all, there are too many spectators in this game, and the ticket share is almost enough for their annual expenses. However, money is one thing, and the impact of the defeat is quite large, so much so that when the two sides shook hands after the game, the players of Bode were a little listless. They don't resent the players as for fun. The knockout round is like this. Who loses and who loses depends on their ability. They can't hate the people who killed them just because they were killed in the qualifiers. If so, they will be hated by many teams. Although they are a little dissatisfied with Zheng Qi for hiding his strength and finally giving them a good look, they also know that there are too many intrigues in amateur competitions. In addition to strength, the football-era competition also relies on wisdom and courage. Let's not talk about anything else. Didn't Tinhe use the trick of hiding its strength to give Zheng a good scare in the last league game last year? In the cup final, Zheng also played tricks on Tinhe. Of course, you can't say that others are mean and shameless in this kind of thing. Being tricked by others can only prove that you are not fully prepared. What's more, the explosive power and proficiency of Zheng Qi's skills are enough to prove that his level is not bad. Of course, if they knew Zheng Qi's level from the beginning, with their overall strength, they still have a good chance of winning. This can't be blamed on the opponent being too insidious. You are well prepared. When shaking hands with Butlermeng, the head coach sighed. This can be regarded as the sadness of the former professional team. Compared with the amateur team, they are always in the open, while the opponent hides in the dark. If we hadn't met you so early, we wouldn't have to show all our strength. We are not strong enough to deal with professional teams now. Butlermeng sighed. Bode's coach nodded. This was not to say that Zheng Qi and his team were not good enough, but that they were too few in number. A small number of people meant less variety, and less variety made it easier for people to target them. It was not to say that building a team of 11 people would be invincible. In the final analysis, it was still necessary to look at the overall situation, so as to avoid the consequences of too many loopholes. Under such circumstances, FIFA Club had only 5 players who could be considered good players, and the overall strength was indeed average. Even if Zheng Qi and others' personal abilities could make up for some of the gaps, their weaknesses would be quickly exposed when they met the former professional team. Bode's coach certainly would not worry about FIFA's future situation. That was not something he should worry about. As a weathered coach, he would not naively say something like the team that beat us must win the championship. After shaking hands, he left the field. Similarly, Bode's players also left the field one after another. The Amateur League was their most important game this season, but they did not have no other games to play. It was also a good choice to participate in other friendly matches, train the team, and earn some income at the same time. After the players of Bode left the stage, the players of FIFA were interacting with the fans on the spot, accepting the cheers from the stands. I don't know if it's my illusion, but why do I feel that the cheers from the stands are much more enthusiastic than before? Yuan Ziquangdao turned to Wang Yuanfeng while applauding the stands. I haven't participated in your competition, how can I know? Wang Yuanfeng answered with a depressed look on his face. This was his first game in FIFA. Of course, he is still very happy now. Being able to beat Bode proves that FIFA's level has entered the ranks of those who can compete for the 4 places, which is much more reliable than his previous assumptions. What's more, having a few strong teammates is at least much better than carrying the team forward by himself. Yes. Leader Rui muttered, then turned to ask Zheng Qi. It's a lot more lively. It seems that we performed well and the members are very happy. Zheng Qi laughed. They are happy, and we are happy too. After this game, we will earn several million. After a few more games, we don't have to worry about this year's expenses. Maybe shareholders can even get dividends at the end of the year. Then should you give me more shares? I have the least shares in the club now. Wang Yuanfen interrupted. Mr. Wang, do you still care about this? Zheng Qi laughed. We are starting from scratch now, and the funds are not abundant. You can just take a loss. Why should I take a loss? Wang Yuanfen muttered, but he really didn't care about this, so he didn't say much. This game did bring a lot to Fifan. On the contrary, the funds were the most insignificant gain. After taking another step forward, Fifan Club began to officially enter the eyes of many professional teams. After all, no former professional team wants to follow in the footsteps of Bodhi. They can naturally see that this team has several outstanding players, but it is indeed an amateur team as a whole. As long as they prepare better, there'll not be too many problems and they can defeat the opponent more easily. Of course, the premise is that the opponent has no hidden other strengths. Although Fifan adopted a very smart tactic overall, which fully utilized the attribute advantages of their players, in professional competitions, although attributes are important, they can only play a certain advantage when the operation level is similar. In the final analysis, it is still the operation that counts. When Fifan's formation was broken up, the other players were killed continuously by Bode without any resistance, which is enough to prove this point. Fortunately, Bode stepped on the mine first, otherwise we might not be able to do better than Bode. Now, we are not afraid of anything. I don't know how many former professional team coaches sighed in their hearts at the same time. Of course, if Bode heard such words, most of them would roll their eyes at them. Damn, we stepped on the mine, and you bastards got the advantage. For the boss of Bode, losing such a game was certainly depressing, but he was also used to the fact that the team could not enter the professional arena. After all, it was very difficult for amateur games to return to the professional arena. Only one team in a division could return to the professional arena. Such a cruel schedule made many teams waste their time in the amateur arena. Of course, the league organizing committee had reasons for such arrangements. If they could not even pass this test, what qualifications did they have to gain a foothold in the professional arena? In fact, the teams that entered the first class after such cruel eliminations had a more stable foothold. Half of the 4 eliminated teams each year were originally first-class teams. Not every newly promoted team would be eliminated, because those who could enter the professional arena under such cruel circumstances were often good in willpower and luck. When they participated in the relegation battle, they could perform at a much better level than usual. After learning about Fifan's strength, the other teams were somewhat wary of Fifan, but they didn't take it too seriously. After all, with Fifan's current strength, it would be a bit troublesome for them to defeat them when they were prepared. Moreover, from a probability perspective, the possibility of them encountering Fifan was not too great. It would be a waste to worry about this now. However, Fifan did not stop strengthening its own strength. The boss of Bode welcomed a special guest on the second day of the game. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 307. Have you found a bug? Aren't you the captain of Fifan? How come you are Fifan's boss again? When he knew that Fifan's boss was coming to find him, Bode's boss was a little curious. Although he was unhappy that the other team defeated him, it was probably not a good thing for them to come to find him. Even if they were not so shallow as to show off in front of him, they were probably here to poach players. As a boss, he was also very unhappy about poaching, even if it would bring some profits. However, Bode's boss knew that in amateur competitions, even if they poached players from each other, the other party often couldn't afford much money. If they were really rich, they would have spent money to poach those young players from professional teams. Although it was very difficult, as long as the money was in place, they could still attract many young players with shallow eyes. However, despite his lack of interest, Bode's boss knew that it was always right to know one more boss. The professional competition circle was not big, and knowing one more friend was always better than having one more enemy. So he readily agreed to meet Fifan's boss, but when they met, he saw a guy who had once made him hate him so much on the field. Zheng Qi laughed. I am Fifan's captain, but I am also a major shareholder of Fifan. If you don't believe me, you can check the equity composition of our club. These things are all public. Boat's boss was a little speechless. This young man in front of him, who was less than 20 years old, was actually on an equal footing with him and the owner of a club. Although Fifen Club may not have such a long history and profound heritage compared to his own club, looking at the fans in the stands of the other side, the development potential may be much greater than that of Boat. What's more, the other side has such excellent skills. Although he had hidden his strength before, that burst of energy was enough to prove that his level was the best in Fifen, better than Liga Rui, Yuanfeng and others. For a guy who likes football era, this is undoubtedly the biggest dream. Whether it is to be a club owner or a club player, to charge into battle and show your value is a fascinating thing. Zheng Qi is young, but he can take care of both. Although Fifen Club is not a big club now, at his age, he can have an extremely fulfilling goal for him to pursue. How can this not make the boss of Boat envious? You know, the boss of Boat is not old, and he is not an old hand. When he was young, he also wanted to be a professional player, but qualifications are qualifications. He couldn't become a professional player, so he had to settle for the second best. After he had a certain achievement in wealth, he became the boss of Boat, and then concentrated on running this club, which can be regarded as turning his dream into reality. Thinking of this, the boss of Boat was a little envious, and at the same time, he began to think in his heart that if the other party did not have excessive demands, it would be okay to help. After all, there was no conflict with him, Mr. Green. Before the boss of Boat finished speaking, Zheng Qi waved his hand. Hey, that's my ID, my name is Zheng Qi. Well, Mr. Zheng, I won't be polite. What's the matter with you coming to see me today? Asked the boss of Boat. Boss Xiao is a quick talker, so I won't waste my words. We really don't have time to waste our words right now. We want to rent a few players from your club, only until the end of the qualifiers. I checked, your club will have an invitational tournament in a few months, and these few months are a blank period, so we are here to borrow players from your club. Zheng Qi said quickly. Until the end of the qualifiers. Boss Xiao was stunned. It was not because Zheng Qi's request was too much, but because this request was too considerate. Only renting until the end of the qualifiers meant that Fifen had no intention of poaching Boat's players, but only wanted to cooperate with Boat temporarily. At the same time, this was actually giving Boat's players more opportunities to train. If they only trained on their own instead of participating in official competitions, their condition would definitely decline. If such a peaceful cooperation method was proposed by a veteran who is well versed in the inside story of the professional circle, it would not be surprising. However, Zheng Qi is so young and seems to be in the period of youth and success, but he can put forward such a perfect request. There must be someone behind the scenes to guide him, that's no problem. Anyway, our club also shared a lot of your club's fan income in this game. We're of course willing to do this kind of benefit without spending any money. I wonder which players your club needs. Boss Xiao said generously. He was not worried that his players would run away. After all, with the current status and influence of Bout, the players who can stay have no problem with loyalty. If they want to run away, they would have run away long ago. Zheng Qi nodded. Just those three. Boss Xiao smiled bigly. Zheng Qi's choice was really accurate. It happened to be the three most outstanding players in Bout now, Wang Chong, Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao. However, if you think about it carefully, these three are indeed enough. Although the strength of other players in Bout is much better than ordinary players at Fifen, if you really want to pull more than a dozen people over, who will be Fifen or Bout, this kind of thing can be done with 1 or 2 people temporarily transferred, but if there are too many, it will definitely make them lose their reputation in the circle. Amateur competitions also have their own unspoken rules. If you offend all your opponents, even if you can enter the professional arena, your reputation will not be good. It is never a good thing to become the public enemy of everyone in the professional arena. A newcomer who does not follow the rules will certainly be resisted when entering a mature circle. Fifen's approach is of course quite reliable. No problem, as long as they are willing, we can let them go. Boss Xiao nodded happily. The temporary loan of these 3 core players will certainly have a certain impact. However, in fact, Boat will not have any games in the next period of time, because they have never thought that they will not be able to qualify in the qualifiers, so the time for the friendly matches is arranged during the interval of the Yamato League, which just misses the time of the qualifiers. There are still several months before the friendly matches. It is certainly not a good thing for the main players to have no official games for such a long time. Although they can contact teams to play friendly matches, this is not a long-term solution. If these 3 core players can maintain their good condition, they can adjust their own condition under the condition of sufficient intensity and no pressure, and play a better role in next year's competition. At the same time, the team can also exercise. Without these three core players, they can see if there are any talented players who can emerge. When the news reached the first team of boat, all the players of boat were stunned. Of course, there was resistance. After all, it was the team that had just eliminated their own team. However, Wang Chong and his team were very interested in the Fifan team, because the attributes of these people were too outstanding, and the overall performance was not something that ordinary people could create. The most important thing was that Zheng Qi's stunning glimpse made them unable to see how outstanding Zheng Qi's level was. This seemed to be a good opportunity. Besides, it was only a few months of loan. In the second half of the season and next year, they would still be players of boat. It would be a very good choice for them to continue to maintain their condition in the qualifiers. After seeking the consent of the three people, 3 lease contracts were quickly issued, and the time lasted until the end of the qualifiers. Of course, there were additional clauses. If Fifan was eliminated during this period, the lease contract would automatically terminate. Zheng Qi didn't care about this. This kind of clause was normal. If Fifan was eliminated, why would he force him to stay? After signing the contract, Qing Yizao's face looked better. After all, he was young, so when he followed Zheng Qi to the residence of the Fifan club, he immediately began to ask some questions of his own. How high are your attributes? This was the first question Qing Yizao asked. You will be shocked if I tell you. Zheng Qi laughed. Bragging? Keep bragging. I really don't believe that your attributes can exceed 900. Although the attributes of you guys are very high, they are only about 800 at most, otherwise you would have flown up long ago. Qing Yizao said disdainfully. Join the team, you will know when you join the team. Zheng Qi was not angry, but laughed. Qing Yizao looked disdainful on the surface, but he was actually very curious in his heart. This included the mature and steady Wang Chong and Hong Jian, but they were almost 30 years old and would not show it like Qing Yizao. However, they were even more curious about the Fifan club. Zheng Qi did not lie. When Qing Yizao entered the Fifan club and began to check the attributes of the other people in the team, he immediately screamed. This scream attracted all of Wang Chong and Hong Jian. After a closer look, they were both dumbfounded. The more than 800 attribute points of Yeshua had already stunned them. You know, if a club has 10 players with more than 800 attributes, and half of them have more than 850 attributes, it would be enough to scare a lot of people to death. What's more, the high-ranking Zheng Qi had an attribute point of 967. This is nearly 50 points higher than the attribute of Lu Xiaoshan, the number 1 player in the professional league. What a concept! Why is there such a perverted team? Although most of the players in this team are only amateurs, Zheng Qi, Su Jin, Zheng Xu, Li Gerui, Wang Yuanfen, and other players of professional level all have such high attribute points. If any of them were to play in a professional arena, they would be sought after by some clubs. Did you find any bug? Qing Yizao said after a long while. I'm overthinking. We just found a good way to pull monsters. Zheng Qi laughed. Then the second half of the season, Wang Chong immediately found this problem. In the second half of the season, we will have more good players joining us, so as long as we can enter the finals, our strength will change dramatically. Zheng Qi did not hide it and answered directly. No wonder they want to rent us. Hong Jian also came out of his stunned state. Zheng Qi smiled and did not answer. Chapter 308 Not unfair. Zheng Qi was not worried that Wang Chong and his team would spread the news as for fun. This kind of thing itself was a taboo. You should know that when each player signed a contract with the club, whether it was a long-term transfer contract or a short-term lease contract, there would be a confidentiality clause. The most important one was that the specific values of teammates should not be disclosed. Everyone was very strict about this. After all, this was the biggest secret of a club. Except for a few famous players who could not withstand the opponent's all-pervasive investigation and observation, the attributes of many players were unknown to the outside world. Of course, this situation could not continue forever, especially in the Super League. Although the personnel turnover was not very frequent, it would still happen. If the player secretly told the club about this, the old club would have no way to deal with it. However, if this kind of thing was spread out, the player's future prospects would be ruined. Few clubs would accept such players. The club would not force the player to do this. Want to know the opponent's true strength? Use the intelligence department to observe and judge. Anyway, it would not have any effect if the attribute fluctuated a few points. It would be enough to guess a rough estimate. Although Wang Chong and his team are not serious professional players, they are at least players who have always accepted the concept of regular professional players. Of course, they will not make such a mistake. Moreover, if they leak such information, it will not benefit them at all. It will only make their reputation bad. They are crazy to do such a thankless task. For Wang Chong and his team, in addition to being jealous of Fifan's role, they are also grateful in their hearts. After all, being able to work with such a good player can also bring them a lot of experience and progress. After all, such experience is difficult for many players to obtain. What kind of changes can be made in the game operation with 100 more attribute points? This kind of thing is not something that can be learned by osmosis, and it is impossible to figure it out just by watching the game. This is also that key point of Zheng Qi's anyway, you will benefit too. In the usual training, they participated in the boss competition with Zheng Qi and others, which was still an eye-opener for them. After the boss competition on this day, they knew why the Fifan group seemed very calm and not panic no matter what they encountered when they competed with them. They saw such big scenes every day, so how could the competition make them nervous and panicked? Don't be kidding, for them, because the club's level is average, so such a big scene is basically out of their reach. Not to mention them, even most of the guild alliances of the first-class clubs are not qualified to participate in such a peak battlefield. At most, they can only fight a little and grab a few bosses when the big clubs are not paying attention. This is what happened to clubs like Kangping, Shengjie, and Haitian in the past. In this way, it is explained that all the Fifan players are equipped with legendary equipment. Although both has a decent foundation, it is not easy to gather the legendary materials for the whole team. A small number of players still use red equipment. Of course, that is because their attributes are not high, and red equipment is enough. No matter who the Fifan players are, they all have legendary equipment, which surprised them. Now they know why the other party is so generous, they have a fixed source of materials every day. This makes the three people of boat a little depressed. In addition to the long history of their club, no matter what aspect, it seems to be more than a little bit worse than the new club of Fifan. Now the only advantage of both is that their first-line team is still semi-professional, which is much stronger than Fifan. However, with the hardware and software facilities of Fifan's club, it is only a matter of time for them to attract outstanding players. Moreover, according to Zheng Qi, they will have a group of outstanding newcomers joining them next, and then they will be even more unable to stop their rise. Although they are still facing a serious crisis now, if they are not good, they will not be able to win to the finals, but if they can survive this level, their future prospects will be limitless. And even if they lose, they will still have a future with young players. Unless there are other problems that cause the whole team to fall apart, they will definitely have a foothold in the future professional arena. The other issues Wang Chong and his team were thinking about were conflicts within the team, and the players disagreeing with each other. Although they had only been together for 2 days, they had already seen that the best players in the team had a high degree of trust in each other, so the whole team was very cohesive. However, this situation might not last forever. Small things could also accumulate into huge conflicts. Once the team split, it would not be something that could be solved by transferring 1 or 2 people away. It might even lead to the disintegration of the entire team. In terms of finance, they had no other ideas. In their opinion, a club like this must be a strong financial group to achieve such an effect. Of course, they were wrong. What would really hinder Fifan club was the finances. If they could not enter the professional arena this year, Zheng Qi's family could not support them for long. Moreover, if they did not enter the professional arena for a year, the guild players who were no longer interested in the game might not come to watch Fifan's games next year. Therefore, Zheng Qi and Su Jin calculated that they would have to enter the professional arena in 2 years at most. Otherwise, their finances would definitely have huge problems, and they might have to break up at the time. If they entered the professional arena, even if there were financial problems, they could be solved through consortium sponsorship. At least Su Jin was sure that she could let her to some group sponsor the club at the time, which would be quite beneficial to both parties. It was natural for Wang Chong and the others to have such thoughts. After all, they did not know the specific situation of Fifan club, and this misunderstanding would not affect anything. However, in the following period of time, Fifan club began to focus more on running in. Wang Chong and the other 2 all have good strength, and their operating level is 1 level higher than all the players in Fifan club except Zheng Qi's 5 people. Of course, it doesn't mean that everything they get is good. If they want to play their strength, they have to work hard on running in. Running in is a very time-consuming thing, but Butler Meng solved this problem in a simple way. Butler Meng did not separate the 3 new players. Even though Qing Yizhao and Hong Jian are the kind of frontal attackers that Fifan lacks now, he did not put these 2 people in the main lineup to fill a vacancy, but let the 3 new players become backup candidates, and play their strengths through substitutions in the game. The other substitutes surround them and cooperate with them to fully play their level. The advantage of this approach is that it reduces the time required for running in. The other players of the Fifen team originally appeared as supporting roles. What they have to do on the field is very simple, just listen to what they are told and give full play to their full strength. They are never allowed to do things beyond their abilities. They just need to do simple things well. Now they are just changing the objects of assistance. The 3 players who were loaned from both were originally core players. Asking them to reluctantly cater to Zheng Qi and others would damage their room for development. Asking Zheng Qi to cater to them would not be good for Fifen's future growth. After all, these 3 will not stay in Fifen for too long, so there must be a priority issue. Now, with the help of others around them, with Wang Chong as the core support, Qing Yizhao and Hong Jian attacking, and enough teammates around to assist them, they can fully exert their full strength. Of course, this group of extraordinary players cannot compare with the teammates of both in terms of operational ability. However, when they unite to play the advantage of attribute points, they are extremely difficult to deal with. Wang Chong and others have already had a deep understanding of this. They are not bragging. In the Yamato arena, no team can completely suppress them. Generally speaking, their strength is on par with each other. This group of ordinary players can give them a headache, so it will definitely give any team a headache. What's more, if they are divided into 2 strong teams, they can play more flexibly and allow the team to maintain sufficient strength on the field at any time. Although Fifen rotated before, Zheng Qi and others would not rotate. Although the intensity of amateur competitions is not as good as that of the top league, it is not too different. In the game, it is inevitable that they will be discounted due to overdrawn energy. Zheng Qi was able to easily kill several core players of both in that game. Of course, his sudden outbreak was a factor, and waiting for the opportunity to tire was also a key reason. If proper rotation can be carried out in the core position, it will certainly be more advantageous in the game. Compared with having only one lineup, having 2 lineups is naturally more flexible and has no flaws. Wang Chong and his team knew this very well, and they couldn't help but look up to Meng Yonjie again. After all, he could not resist the practice of making the team stronger on the surface by letting them join the main lineup directly, and chose to make the rotation lineup more solid, which was enough to prove that this coach was not an amateur, but clearly understood the importance of the rotation lineup. Although he could not be said to be an excellent head coach with such a level, at least he was a qualified head coach. This extraordinary club is completely amateurish in all aspects, and it is not unfair for us to lose to them. Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh and said to his 2 companions in private, "If I didn't have feelings for Bodhi, I would have wanted to defect." Qing Yizhao laughed. "You, stop being so frivolous, how can you be the captain of Bodhi in the future?" Wang Chong said helplessly. Chapter 309. The confidence of the veteran team. After a week of running in, the Fifen club continued to advance in the Yamato League. In the 5th round, the Fifen club easily defeated an amateur team and advanced to the 6th round. At this time, there were only more than 20,000 teams left out of more than 700,000 participating teams. Of course, this number is also very scary. The dozen or so former professional teams are all still among the remaining teams, except for Boat. After all, with so many teams, it is not so easy to meet a former professional team among so many teams. Just like the buy team that appeared in this round, the probability of that kind of luck is almost enough to buy a lottery ticket. I don't know if we will meet a former professional team again in the next game. It's exciting to think about it. After Zheng Qi said this, he was immediately surrounded and beaten by everyone. In this case, who would be willing to meet a former professional team again? It was lucky to win against Boat. If they were to meet a team like this again, there would be problems, right? Wang Chong and the others were also at a loss for words. Zheng Qi's style of forbearance in that game and his final one-hit comeback left a deep impression on them, making them think that Zheng Qi was a cold and silent guy. However, after meeting him, they found that he was completely different. His usual slapping and hatred-making style was completely different from his style on the field. It's just that this contrast seems a little cute. After thinking about it, the Boat trio immediately reviewed their own psychological problems. How could they think such a perverted guy was cute? This is not in line with reality. Although the 5th round of the game was won easily, it was not without help to Fifen. After all, the previous training was just training. Without the test of actual combat, no one knew what effect it would have. What's more, the 2 lineups were only theoretical practices. The mechanism of the football era was destined to make substitutions at any time. Especially when someone was killed and left the field, how to make both lineups play out their overall strength through scheduling was a difficult problem. The opponent's strength in this game was very average, so Fifan could easily change out two lineups when changing players. In the performance of these two lineups, Fifan's players performed very well. The Fifan players around the boat trio completed the task of cooperation very well, allowing them to play to their own level and win a big victory. However, in the eyes of the former professional club scouts who sent people to observe, Fifan's approach made them feel relieved. Fifan's strength has been greatly improved now, but it is the overall improvement. There is no special increase in strength on the field. The three people from both can't integrate into their team quickly, which will be of great help when we meet them. Zhu Shan breathed a sigh of relief and then said to Fulei. In fact, Fifan is really excellent, but now, some of their things have not been fully demonstrated. As time goes by, they will become stronger and stronger. However, as long as we don't meet them, there will be no problem. Even if we meet them, as you said, as coach, we still have a great chance of winning. Fulei smiled and nodded. Oh, will they become stronger and stronger in the future? Do they have any hidden strengths? Zhu Shan asked curiously. Fulei still respected this coach very much, and it was no secret that he had been in Fifan for such a long time, so there was nothing to be afraid of. In addition to those outstanding guys, Fifan should have prepared a group of new players, who may appear in their team in the second half of the season. You have also seen my attributes. The attributes of their group of people are not worse than mine, because they have an excellent set of techniques to pull boss, which can still keep them sufficiently advantageous within 1 or 2 years, so as time goes by, their only flaw will be made up. So that's the case, but as long as they don't run into us, it has nothing to do with us. Zhu Shan breathed a sigh of relief, and then laughed. I also know that some big clubs are studying this technique, but that is not something our small club can manage. Now the only goal is to return to the professional arena. I am confident that our strength is among the best in the Yamato League. As long as we play well, we will definitely be able to return to the professional arena. Fulei waved his fist and said affirmatively. Yes, we must return to the professional arena. Zhu Shan also nodded affirmatively. They didn't say anything else, but they both knew that this year was Kanking's last chance. The relegation last season not only hurt Kanking's vitality, but also made Kanking's boss feel a little discouraged. He would persist this time because of these two people, Zhu Shan's return without complaint and Fulei's determination to stay when there were good places to go, which gave him courage and confidence. Kanking Club belongs to him, but is his loyalty and confidence in Kanking not as good as these two people? It is precisely because of this idea that Kanking's boss persisted and began to respect these two people more. However, both Zhu Shan and Fulei knew that if they could return to the professional arena this year, it would be fine. Although many teams in the A-level league are running at a loss, with Kanking's small-scale business style, after having a fixed income in the professional arena, it would be no problem to support it. After all, they were a team that had just been relegated, and their supporters had not dispersed so quickly. Since the start of this year's amateur competition, the number of fans watching each of their games has been around 1 million. This number is nothing in the A-League, but it also proves that their appeal still exists. However, if something happens this year and they fail to enter the professional arena, then what will happen next? I'm afraid it's hard to say. The relegation last year was a huge blow to the boss of Kangkong. After all, at the time, he was desperate and confident to impact the Super League, but he suffered a series of blows. Not only did he fail to be promoted, but he was relegated. After so many years of hard work, the club suffered such a result. Anyone would be disheartened. Under the encouragement of himself and the coach, the boss regained some fighting spirit, but this situation might not last too long. If he fails to enter the A-League this year, the boss is afraid that he will quit. After all, the boss is not young anymore, and the idea of retiring is also a common thought. Fulei and Zhu Shan had no way to deal with this situation. After all, they were just players and coaches. Moreover, the Kangkong club had been in the A-League for too long and was now relegated. Even if they wanted to find someone to take over, they might not be able to find one. After all, what the consortiums really valued was the super team, not the A-League. It was very difficult to build a complicated A-League team and bring it into the super team. It would be better to directly run an amateur team and manage it slowly. When that time came, what would the future of Kangkong look like? Fulei and Zhu Shan could not think of this, and they did not dare to think about it. They did not know where they could go after leaving Kangkong, although in fact they were not worried about where they would go. The boss was almost out of fighting spirit. This kind of thing was really a pain in the ass for a club. If Fulei and Zhu Shan did not have a deep affection for Kangkong, they would not be bothered by this kind of thing now. Of course, if they did not have a deep affection, they would not choose to stay in Cancun. Regardless of Fulei and Yushan's somewhat tangled mood, other former professional clubs also carefully observed Fifan's performance in this round. After all, for these former professional clubs, they basically knew who their opponents were. It was nothing more than those old opponents and the 4 new opponents who came down this year. What level these opponents were, what good players they had, and what abilities they could play were all roughly known. As long as they observed them in a regular manner and then speculated, they could understand the opponent's strength. It was impossible to obtain more detailed information. After all, no one could be so accurate, unless they sent undercovers into the infernal affairs. However, once such a thing was discovered, it would be the end of everyone shouting and beating, and no club dared to do such a thing. So relatively speaking, it was enough for them to collect the game information of these competitors in each game. On the contrary, the newly rising Team Fifan Club was the team that these former professional clubs were most concerned about. Although no one cared about them before, after Fifan eliminated both, other former professional clubs gloated over the loss of a competitor, and at the same time, they were sufficiently vigilant about this newly rising team. After observing Fifan's performance in this game, the coaches of various clubs came to a similar conclusion as Yushan. After all, this is something that can be easily judged. Although the introduction of the 3 players of both seems to be a bit disregarding the rules of the arena, it is not a taboo to introduce 3 players. And these 3 players have just joined, and there must be huge problems in cooperation. Now Fifan's approach of rebuilding a lineup around 3 newcomers is rigid, but it can better play their level. But even if they do this, they will not have a fundamental leap in strength. If Fifan is only at the level shown now, then they will not have too much worry. As long as there is no unexpected situation, they will still have a great chance of winning when they meet Fifan. And now Fifan, what hidden strengths can he have that he has not brought out? Impossible. If they have other hidden strengths, then they don't need to take risks to pass boat. Newly emerged teams will still have many flaws after all, and will not have much impact on these old teams. This is the confidence of these old teams. Chapter 310 Expectations. Ho 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 ho. With a burst of arrogant laughter, a boss fell to Clappercon again, and the other guild players around could only leave helplessly. This situation has happened countless times in the past New Area carnivals. For the young players of major clubs, this trip to the new area is a complete nightmare. This time in the new area, the clubs changed their previous characteristics of only sending a few young players who were trained, and basically sent 2-digit young players, just to maintain their competitiveness in the carnival. In the last new area, a newly formed guild like the Fifan Guild took away so many resources from them, so that many players who could have been trained had to be trained again. All clubs have learned from their mistakes, and the tactics of pooling monsters discussed by the tactical groups of each club in the past year also need to be tested in the new area, so they all chose this method. After all, the characteristics of the bosses in the football era new area carnival are all random, which cannot be simulated in the training room. Only through the experiment in the new area can we know whether the methods of pooling monsters that the club has explored have any flaws. Zheng Qi and his team were mentally prepared for this. Clappercon, the former queen, asked Dynamic Lightwave before entering the new area, asking him how sure he was to continue to maintain the advantage in the new area. Dynamic Lightwave expressed disdain for this, and told Clappercon that as long as you and others insist on using the method of pooling monsters that I told you in the new area, you'll definitely have a huge advantage. TSK, I heard that when you were in Area 108, you didn't have any advantage when you met those guys from the Southland. Clappercon's meaning was very clear. You couldn't gain an advantage against 6 semi-professional players at the time, but now we are facing 10 semi-professional players. It's different. At the time, our team was full of newcomers. Dynamic Lightwave said so. His meaning was very simple. Although there were many good players in the Fifan Elite team at the time, in the final analysis, it was still supported by Zheng Qi, Shinranofei and himself. Although Su Jing and Li Gurui were talented, they were pure newcomers and had not made much progress at the time. Xinzarilang and others were relatively poor in level, so they would suffer a great loss when they met a team with many semi-professional players. But now it is different. Although this new team does not have players with outstanding personal abilities like Zheng Qi and Shinranofei, the 6 people including Clappercon are all semi-professional level. If they really confront each other head-on, last year's Fifan Elite team would probably not be the opponent of this team. So even if they face a double-digit number of semi-professional players, they have nothing to fear. This is also that fact. After the new district was named Extraordinary, the recruitment of Extraordinary Guild was not as smooth as last year, because they did not have any advantage in refreshing the dungeon records in the early stage. After all, the district records were broken by Zheng Qi in recent years. Although the personal operation ability of Klapakun and the other 5 semi-professional players was good, it was not so amazing. Of course, they were not like Zheng Qi, who made a big name in the new district at the beginning. In fact, in the past 10 years, no club has ever been able to make a name for itself by breaking the district records at the beginning like Zheng Qi. The development of each club in the new district mainly depends on the first carnival boss competition rankings. Which guild ranks high can make newcomers feel that this guild is awesome and it is good to join it, so that newcomers are gradually absorbed. Of course, those old clubs already have a large number of fans, and the same is true in the new district. It is enough for them to absorb this group of fans. It is good for newcomers to attract more, but it is not a loss if they don't. As a result, after the first carnival, the presidents of various clubs had an urge to vomit blood, especially those presidents from District 108, who wanted to cry but had no tears when they saw the name that topped the boss kill list. Fifan Guild killed as many as 21 bosses in the first carnival, accounting for more than 1/5 of all bosses. Familiar names, familiar rankings, and even some familiar boss kills, made many presidents wipe their eyes involuntarily, and thought they had traveled through time. Then they quickly woke up. They did not travel through time, but the nightmare did reappear. Don't give these guys another chance, you have to work hard and kill them. The presidents of various guilds gave instructions to the semi-professional players, and the semi-professional players smiled bitterly. If it really comes to PK, they are not afraid, but in this case, it is not the level of PK, but the way of fighting for bosses. In this regard, Fifan is even better than last season. You should know that although the semi-professional players in this new area are basically newcomers, there are also some players who have been in the previous new area. They feel that although the elite team of the Fifan Guild does not have the 2 powerful guys Zheng Qi and Shinryu Fei, it is more outstanding than the previous area on the whole. Think about it, the method of pulling monsters depends more on the overall strength of the team, rather than 1 or 2 outstanding players. The shortcomings of the elite team of the Fifan in the previous area are obvious, but now, there are no such obvious shortcomings. 6 semi-professional players are enough for this team to continuously show the essence of this set of monster pooling methods, which is even stronger than the previous area. So after the first carnival, this nightmare began to continue. At each carnival, the number of bosses snatched by the Fifan club is quite large. Although it is not as outrageous as the first time with 21, there are always more than 10 each time. This advantage has caused the number of people in the Fifan Guild to surge. The only thing that made Klapakun a little dissatisfied was that she didn't find any potential players among the newcomers. Basically, the 6 of them still had to rely on them to grab the boss. We have to work hard to level up quickly and go to the myth zone as soon as possible, so that we can quickly join the first tier team. The first tier team is now waiting for us to join and then kill everyone. Klapakun said this to Zheng Qi and others, and Zheng Qi and others also agreed with this. With their skills, there is actually no room for training in the new zone. No matter how well they practice the skills of pulling the boss, it will not help much in the official competition. During this time in the new zone, it has nothing to do with training themselves, but just to build a strong account. Now after several carnivals, they can be sure that their account will definitely have more than 800 attribute points in the end, and 850 points will not be too difficult. With such an account, plus their operation, they already have the foundation to become a god-level player. This is a dream for any player. The operation can be improved through their own efforts, but the account building depends largely on luck. Otherwise, how to explain that Lucian spent 3 years to build such an account? If everything can be solved by operation and hard work, then Lucian would not have to spend 3 years in the new area. Now, the attribute points they have obtained have put them in a higher position when facing the same opponents. Such a position has always been what every young player desires. Such a position is brought to them by Fifan. Whether it is Zheng Qi, Lin Fei, Zheng Qi, Yuan Kong, or Zheng Qi, although they have only signed a 3-year contract with Fifan, theoretically they can wait until the 3-year contract expires and transfer freely to get more exposure, but at this time, they have no intention of leaving Fifan. Because they know very well that with the passage of time, Fifan will only become stronger and stronger. Whether it is their monster pooling skills, their outstanding performance in the mythical area boss snatching, or their complete guild organization, it is enough to prove that the future of this club will be great. Although they still have great flaws and need to make up for many deficiencies, isn't it more interesting to grow up together as veterans in such a club? They are not particularly outstanding professional players, but just ordinary ones among professional players. Even if they have a god-level account, they may not be able to become a true god-level player. Going to a championship team like Zheng Qi here is not a great hope. In this case, instead of going to an ordinary super team to complete their career without any highlights, it is better to grow up with a team like Fifan and see if they can create a bigger miracle. It has been almost 4 months in the new area. The guys in the first team have performed very well. Zheng Qi changed the subject. Yes, so we have to work hard. At the current speed, we will be able to win to the myth area in another month, but we still can't catch up with the qualifiers. We can only play a role in the finals. Lin Fei counted the days and said, "We can't be anxious about this kind of thing. Just believe in Zheng Qi and the others. They will definitely be able to win to the finals. Then, it will be time for us to play a role." Zheng Qi said after thinking for a while. "These kids are great. They are so thoughtful. In short, before entering the myth zone, we should try our best to improve our strength and get as many attribute points as possible. Liga Rui has more than 870 attribute points. I can't be worse than him." Clapperkun laughed like a queen. Zheng Qi and the other 5 shuddered at the same time. This new Lua is good in everything, but her shrill laugh is unbearable. However, Zheng Qi and the others admire her skills very much. The large-scale spell damage, the use of hindering skills, and the cross-use of recovery and auxiliary skills make her a walking turret on the battlefield. She can play an extremely important role in every PK. After they join, the extraordinary first-line team will really start to become complete, right? Chapter 311. Boring. While Clapperkun and others were calling the shots in the new district, Zheng Qi and his team were also doing quite well in the Yamato competition. In the next few rounds of elimination matches, Fifan did not encounter professional teams again. In fact, this is the normal state. There are only a dozen or less than 20 former professional clubs among hundreds of thousands of teams. How can it be so easy to encounter them? It is a miracle to encounter them, and it is normal not to encounter them. From the 7th round to the 10th round, Fifan won 4 consecutive games easily, and each game was a double-digit victory. 2 sets of lineups took turns to play, which was not something that ordinary teams could resist. Even if those teams were able to stay after so many elimination matches, they must be better than ordinary Yamato teams, and often have their own unique skills, but under their crushing, they had no resistance at all and were crushed by them. The opponent in the 10th round was a former professional club team. In fact, not every one of the 4 club teams eliminated each year could continue to operate in a professional manner. Some teams persisted for a long time, some teams immediately lost their professional operating basis after being relegated, and some teams began to become real amateur teams after a few years. The dozen or so former professional teams mentioned earlier refer to teams that were professional teams before, and after being relegated to amateur competitions, they still operated in the way of professional clubs, with club management, tactical teams, guild alliances, and first-line teams. Although there were no famous players in the first-line teams, they were at least qualified professional players. To maintain the operation of such a club, the cost required was quite high. Just like boat, they had to make it to the finals, preferably to at least the quarterfinals, and the ticket share they received could maintain the club's operations. In addition to this year's encounter with Fifan, which made them a small fortune. In the past few years, the boss of boat had to subsidize a part of the funds every year to keep the club running well. This amount of money was not too much, but it was a sky-high price for ordinary people. If the boss of boat was not wealthy, he would not be able to make up for it. This is why the boss of Kanken felt a little discouraged, because although the league organizing committee treated amateur teams more favorably, the income of amateur teams was indeed relatively small. Although those various friendly matches could bring some income, it was quite rare. Moreover, as a former professional club, they certainly could not put down their airs and go around and compete with those amateur teams that were already living a tight life for money. It was still very difficult to support it. The boss of Kanken had already had a hard time supporting it this year. If they had not just been relegated, the enthusiasm of the fans had not subsided, and the income from each game was not small. The boss of Kanken, who had already spent all his financial resources last year, would have given up. It is for this reason that those clubs that have fallen out of the professional game and have not returned to the professional game for a long time may still be supported in the first 2 years, but after a few years, they really can't continue to support it, because they have wasted time on amateur games, and their fans are definitely getting fewer and fewer. When they were just relegated, they would have nearly 1 million fans watching every game, but now there are only a few tens of thousands left. In the case of no longer being able to support it, the bosses certainly can't continue to invest endlessly. No one's money is blown by the wind, so in this case, the bosses generally have two choices. The first is to find someone to take over, the second is to run it as an amateur team. Of course there is a third choice, which is to just give up and cancel the club's qualifications. But doing so means that the club has completely disappeared, no longer exists in the sequence of professional clubs, and the name can be used by others. In fact, most of these former professional clubs have disappeared in this way. Among the 20 clubs that participated in the early days of the professional league, 4 or 5 no longer exist. Even those clubs that used their names are not the same as the real ancient clubs. The first two options are more difficult. Amateur teams are already hard to find someone to take over. To become an ordinary team, giving up the identity and hardware facilities of a professional club is almost equivalent to giving up the future. Although such a club is much better than ordinary amateur clubs in terms of player strength, it is far behind the real professional players. Fifan's opponent in the 10th round is such a club. Under such circumstances, although Fifan encountered some troubles, he still won a big victory. Just like when he met Wang Yuanfen's team in that 3rd round, he won easily. How many teams are there now? Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi after the game. There are more than 1,000 teams. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said, there are still so many. How many games do we have to play to win to the finals? Zheng Qi sighed. 3 rounds are enough. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. Only 3 rounds? Zheng Qi asked curiously. Yes, after 3 more rounds, there will be only more than 100 teams left, and the final teams participating in the 4 divisions will be only 128 teams. Zheng Qi said. It's impossible that there will be exactly 128 teams left after 3 rounds. Zheng Qi was stunned. Didn't you read the elimination rules? After 13 rounds, there will be 156 teams left. They will be ranked according to the total number of goals scored in the wins. The top 100 will directly enter the finals, and the remaining 56 teams will have another round of eliminations, and the winners will enter the finals. Judging from our big wins along the way, it should be no problem to enter the top 100 by relying on goal difference. Zheng Qi replied. Really? That's good, but what if the goal difference of the 100 and 101st is the same? Zheng Qi asked. Then look at the total number of kills, and if it's the same, look at the number of teams. If there are 2 extra teams, then add an elimination match. Zheng Qi is quite familiar with the rules. So that's how it is. In other words, if we pass 3 more levels, we should be able to enter the finals. Zheng Qi said. That's right. Zheng Qi nodded. It seems that the problem is not big. It depends on whether Nialua and the others can create a strong account in the new area. Unfortunately, the old area and the new area are not connected. We don't know their current situation. Sister Nia didn't even send me a message to inform me. Zheng Qi complained. Don't worry, it's okay. Zheng Qi said confidently. So confident. Those big clubs have been researching for a whole year, and they have sent about 10 echelon players. The competition is very fierce. Zheng Qi asked curiously. No matter how strong their technical strength is, they can't have such a huge data support as our academy. Even if these clubs have decades of history, they will not collect all the data of the new areas over the years. And it is difficult for them to have our computing power. You have to know that our method of pooling monsters was developed by my senior brothers and me based on the detailed data of all the bosses in the first 100 new areas. They only rely on their own exploration. Without a few years, they definitely don't have our complete method. Zheng Qi said confidently. So confident? Zheng Qi asked. Of course, the Academy of Sciences has always given top priority to the research on the football era. You also know that after the guy disappeared, all he left behind was that sentence. The football era is the direction of human technological development, and this is beyond doubt. Then of course all the data of the football era needs to be sampled and studied. Unfortunately, we still have no clue. This system is too advanced, so advanced that it is difficult to even approach it with our existing technology. Zheng Qi sighed. Otherwise, why do you think we guys in the Academy of Sciences are so boring? It is because with our knowledge, we can't even understand the football era bit by bit from the outside. The data collection, mathematical modeling, and recording of operation methods we do can only be regarded as superficial, and the gap is too big. But even so, in terms of finding patterns, our accumulation is not comparable to any club. Can you speak Mandarin? Zheng Qi blinked and asked. I'm speaking Mandarin. Well, to put it simply, our method of pulling monsters is amazing. Even the top clubs need a long time of experimentation and judgment to get close to us. Do you understand now? Zheng Qi sighed and said. Wouldn't you have known it earlier? Anyway, when the finals start, we will have 6 strong reinforcements with attribute points above 800 and professional operation, right? Zheng Qi laughed. Yes, that's it. Zheng Qi nodded affirmatively. If their luck is not too bad, it is possible for them to collectively exceed 850. That's amazing. Zheng Qi said excitedly. He is now looking forward to the professional arena very much, because in amateur competitions, even if every game is a big win, it doesn't make any sense. In the process of grabbing the boss, although he can always compete with the best professional players, he always feels that there is still a gap with the real game. Competing with Shinryu Fei and others can only train his own operation level, but it will not improve his experience in the game much. Especially during this period, he won 4 games in a row without much effort, which made him feel bored. Zheng Qi knew that his mentality was not right. If he continued like this, his operation level would not improve much. He knew that the most professional players would try their best to train themselves even for such a game, but this was not his style, and it was not suitable for his personality. There are only 3 games in the next month and a half, and then there will be a 2-month rest period. The schedule of amateur competitions is short, and the final competition will not start until September. There are only 7 games at most. It's really boring. Zheng Qi thought to himself. Chapter 312. There is such an operation. A truly outstanding professional player will not lose interest in the game because of boredom and dullness. Zheng Qi will not have such a bad mentality in training, but when facing an average opponent, he is indeed a little bit lacking in energy. During the usual training and the process of snatching the boss, Zheng Qi's attention is very focused, but except for these 2 situations, Zheng Qi's attention is indeed not as focused as before. For this, no one else noticed it, only Butler Meng, because of his familiarity with Zheng Qi, quickly realized that something was wrong with Zheng Qi. Master, is there any problem recently? This day, when serving dinner to Zheng Qi, Butler Meng did not leave, but asked. Not really, I'm in good spirits and good health recently. What can be wrong with me? Zheng Qi replied. Master, if you say so, there is a problem. Butler Meng sighed. Hehe, Uncle Meng, you really understand me. I don't have any other problems, but the recent games are a bit boring and not exciting enough. In addition, I feel that my operation and technology are almost at the end. There is nothing to practice, so I feel a little bored. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Technically speaking, you really have nothing to improve. Butler Meng nodded. Your talent and skill matching is indeed unquestionable, not to mention that your characteristics are very obvious, flexible and mobile, and have a good overall view. There are many heroes like this. As long as you match well in this aspect, then in the game, the role you can show will not be worse than anyone else, or even better. Compared with Lu Xiaoxun and Li Qing's. Zheng Qi blinked. Almost the same, although your styles are different, in terms of the role played by a player, you were at the same level, there is no doubt about this. Butler Meng said affirmatively. Really? I have only been at the peak for a year. It's so lonely. Zheng Qi sighed. Peak? Butler Meng laughed. Uncle Meng, you seem to be mocking me when you laugh. Zheng Qi said dissatisfiedly. The game of the football era is like this. If you can reach the peak, you can reach it quickly. If you can't reach it, you will never reach it in your lifetime. Compared with the previous football, it is more stable, but less surprising. Butler Meng replied. Yes, the best way to win is to kill the entire opponent and then score easily. Therefore, in the confrontation of the game, both sides will use killing the opponent as an important breakthrough. The game is won by scoring goals. However, before you want to score a goal, it is always the most convenient way to kill the opponent's important players. It has been like this for decades. Zheng Qi thought for a while and replied. So it's normal for you to feel bored, but the game itself and the confrontation with people have infinite interesting possibilities. When you went to the professional arena and strive for owners, you will not have such a problem. Butler Meng nodded. Yes, but it will take more than half a year, which is a bit boring. Zheng Qi scratched his head. The first-class game may also be boring. Butler Meng laughed. After such a long time, I will really lose interest in the game, right? Zheng Qi shouted. Just wanting to challenge the strong is not the quality that a professional player should have. Butler Meng laughed. I understand this truth, but sometimes there is no way. Zheng Qi said helplessly. He also understood the truth. but it is always difficult for people to control themselves. What's more, Zheng Qi is naturally like this. When he is passionate, he will do well. When his passion is not so strong, he can also do well, but he himself will not be in a good mood. Try to improve yourself from other aspects. Butler Meng suggested. What aspect? Zheng Qi asked curiously. Give up the use of skills in the game and just treat it as playing football. Butler Meng laughed. Ah? There is such an operation? Zheng Qi was stunned. Of course there is. You know, when the professional game just started, many people thought that only by not using skills and relying on their own attributes to play, such a game can save the professional football that has been on the road to extinction. Butler Meng replied. But isn't the reason why professional football is on the road to extinction because the outside world cannot move freely? Zheng Qi asked. Of course this is the biggest factor, but with the football era, this problem can be solved. Continue the professional competition in the football era, and transplant all the competition systems at the time. However, soon, some people felt that such competitions were not exciting enough, and the current football era professional competitions came into being. Butler Meng smiled slightly. After all, compared with the past football, human physique has reached a peak. The introduction of skills and maps makes the game more gorgeous and beautiful, which gradually makes people forget the previous professional football games and pay more attention to the game style of the football era. So that's how it is. Zheng Qi nodded. Compared with the previous football games, the advantages of the current professional games are that they are more intense, with more choices, and the mutual attacks and confrontations are more exciting, but there are also disadvantages. Butler Meng nodded. There is nothing to fight for except the championship. Zheng Qi asked. Well, the competition for promotion and ranking in the past football has lost its appeal. At the same time, compared with the top league, the charm and appeal of the lower league has declined a lot, which is completely different from the previous football. In the past, although the top-level football events such as the World Cup Champions League have the greatest appeal, such events are only the top of the pyramid. There are still a lot of grassroots below. Now, there is no need to build it like that, and there is no point in building it. Although it is a national competition, most of the players are just messing around. Butler Meng replied. It's meaningless. Zheng Qi nodded thoughtfully. But similar to the previous professional league, it still exists in the football era, but the influence is very small. Butler Meng laughed. Really? What is it like? Zheng Qi became interested. It's just various amateur competitions. There are many such teams. They play friendly matches when they have nothing to do. However, because the funds have been absorbed by the professional competitions of the football era, the influence of those competitions is not great. If you want to practice your football skills, you can participate in those competitions when you have nothing to do. Butler Meng said. Oh, there is such a thing. What are the rules of their game? Zheng Qi asked with great interest. Everything is the same as the previous football, a normal field, but much larger than before, because the player's movement speed is much faster now than before, and the rules follow that previous football. You can show all your attributes in the game, but you are not allowed to use skills. Butler Meng replied. It's a bit interesting, but I don't have time to participate in those games. Zheng Qi said. This is true. After all, every day, you either train or fight for the boss, and you have to strengthen the tacit understanding between the trio of Bodhi. This is to avoid encountering the former professional team and the two sets of lineups not working properly. In this way, his time is basically full every day, and he can't ask for leave to play this at this time. Although FIFA is not bad now, they still need to fight hard to get through the pressure of the former professional team. After all, if they are eliminated at this time, a year's time will be wasted. Zheng Qi just felt that the games during this period were meaningless, which made him feel a little lazy. If he really met those former professional clubs in the finals, he would not feel any slackness. Professional players are not bad at operations. They have to go all out to win every game. When the time comes, how can they feel bored? In fact, this is also what Zheng Qi has been struggling with recently. If he meets the former professional club, he is not sure of winning. If he loses, it will delay him for a year. But if he meets other teams, he can easily crush them. The game is really boring, just practice by yourself and feel what level you can play on the court without the bonus of those skills, relying only on your own attributes and ball control skills. Butler Meng said after thinking for a while. How can I practice alone? Zheng Qi said depressedly. Don't we have a team? Butler Meng laughed. Huh. Uncle Meng, are you saying that our team can play a game for fun when we have nothing to do? Zheng Qi's eyes lit up. Yes, a game is only an hour or so anyway. After logging off at 8 o'clock every day, there is enough time for a game. In the football era, there is no problem of excessive physical energy consumption, and one game a day will not have any impact. Butlerman replied. In fact, as far as I know, many professional clubs have such a game every day. It is a good way to relax the spirit. Well, that's right. Just playing football, not counting the use of skills, endurance, changes in terrain, splitting troops to block, etc. The consumption of physical energy can actually help the spirit recover better. Zheng Qi nodded. That's it. If there is something to drag you down, you won't feel bored, right? Butlerman looked at Zheng Qi and smiled slightly. This made Zheng Qi feel a little embarrassed, but he quickly found a reason. If I wasn't depressed because of this kind of thing, Uncle Meng, you wouldn't think of this method, right? Since all professional clubs have this habit, then we have to follow up. From this aspect, my depression has contributed to the club. Uncle Meng, don't you think so? There is such an operation. Butlerman gasped back in surprise. It's the same to you. Zheng Qi replied. Chapter 313. The Battle of the Blind. After the second day of the boss snatching, when the first-line team members were about to log off, Zheng Qi stopped them and told them his thoughts. After hearing Zheng Qi's words, many people showed great interest. This kind of thing is very interesting. It will be very enjoyable to have one every day. Liga Rui, the crazy knife of chaos, was the first to respond. Is the football match the same as before? Can we play well without skills? Su Jing was a little hesitant. Let's try it. As newcomers, we need to understand what football was like in the past, so that we can have a deep understanding of that current football era. Zheng Qi said seriously. Really? Compared with the football games in the past, the specific differences in the current football era games are very big, right? Zheng Qi expressed doubt. This caused others to nod their heads. Apart from other things, the setting of skills hitting the football will refresh the football alone has reduced the effects of all the large-scale transfers and long-range shots of the football in the past to the minimum. There are many offensive skills with range coverage in the skills. Only close-range passes can still maintain a certain effect. The way of playing is completely different from before. Only by killing the opponent or temporarily using skills to prevent the opponent from interfering can the attack be successfully completed. Although Zheng and Tin seem to score a lot of goals in every game, in other games, it is quite normal not to score a goal in the whole game, because under the current mechanism, defense is much easier than offense. It's not a bad thing to learn more, right? Zheng Qi said with a smile. Everyone agreed with this. Anyway, there is no such thing as being too tired in the football era. A game is just over an hour, which is very simple. I have arranged the arena. Butlerman came out and said. The arena in the football era is quite convenient. Although it can't simulate a real game, the venue and requirements of primitive football are the most basic, and of course there will be no problem. The field is twice as big as before, and the goal is also twice as big. With the smooth grass, the referee system will not make mistakes or miscalls, and will make timely judgments based on the situation on the field. The rules are the same as before, do you understand? When the extraordinary players entered the large green field, they were all a little stunned because they felt that the field seemed a little small. As a result, Butlerman told them that the field was twice as long and wide as the standard football field in the past, and the goal was twice as high and long. The field in the football era is big enough because you can use skills. Now of course you can't use such a big field, and of course it can't be as small as in the past. After all, it was already very strong for people to run 100 meters in 11 seconds. Now in the football era, running in 7 seconds is not uncommon. Butlerman said. Then let's have a competition. How do we compete? Zheng Qi asked. Don't you understand football? Butlerman looked at a group of players who looked at him with innocent eyes and felt a little pressured. I don't understand. Everyone shook their heads. Although they had watched a few football games in the past, they didn't understand them very well. Each of them had a certain foundation in ball control. After all, this was needed in the game, but in other aspects, they were almost blank. Divide into 2 teams according to the position. Butlerman could only teach them from the beginning. First divide them into 2 teams, then tell them that they can't use skills in the game, and then find a way to send the ball into the opponent's goal. That's it. Football games are simple, and football games are also complicated. After the game started, Zheng Qi's side, who launched the attack, began to rush forward in the usual way of the game. Butlerman covered his eyes. Before he covered his eyes, he saw Wang Chong and others on the other side. Also a group of people gathered together and rushed forward. 90 minutes later. Football games are fun. The extraordinary players walked out of the stadium with an unsatisfied mind, and Butler Meng, who watched for 90 minutes on the sidelines, covered his chest, looking a little overwhelmed. "Uncle Meng, what's wrong with you?" Zheng Qi asked curiously. "Nothing," Butler Meng said tremblingly. "I recorded the process of your game today and sent a copy to each of your email addresses. There is also a past game attached. When you have nothing to do, just watch it." "Yeah." The group of newcomers agreed happily. Butler Meng didn't know how many of them would watch it, but since they looked so happy playing, there should be, probably, some people who watched it. In fact, everyone watched it. So when they gathered in the myth area the next day, everyone looked a little ashamed. "It turns out that playing football requires arranging a formation," said Chaos Mad Knife. "It turns out that playing football requires spreading out on the field," said Su Jing. "It turns out that playing football can be passed back and forth," said Zheng Qi. Others sighed in a similar way, because after watching the comparison of the two games last night, the extraordinary players who originally thought they played well immediately discovered that they were not playing football. A group of people rushed forward in a chaotic manner, and then used their hands and feet to push the opponent away, allowing their teammates to take the ball to the opponent's goal and score a goal. Even if no skills were used, it was not called playing football, it should be called playing rugby. Let's play that game in that way this afternoon. If we follow our method yesterday, it will be no different from playing the game of football era. Wang Yuanfen said. The others nodded one after another. Because they were worried about going to the game, everyone seemed a little absent-minded in the boss grabbing that day. The final result was naturally average, and only less than 10 bosses were obtained. However, such ups and downs were also very normal in the process of grabbing bosses, and the people of Kangping Jiahaitian did not care too much. Let's go to the game. Fifan and his gang naturally had no other ideas, but quickly entered the arena, and then began to divide people seriously. I'll be the goalkeeper. Look at my speed. I can guarantee that every shot can be blocked. Liga Rui said confidently. Then I'll be the goalkeeper on the other side. Wang Yuanfen immediately prepared to compete with him. I'll be the core of the midfield. Zheng Qi smiled. According to your characteristics, you should be an opportunistic shooter. Zheng Qi said. Don't you know how good my overall view is? Zheng Qi asked back. I play as a defender, look at my size. Wei Jiangshan said. Old Jiangshan, you can't turn around, then be careful I will hit you from behind, one hit and one hit. Sui Qingfeng said. Although I'm slow, I'm steady. Wei Jiangshan replied. After a few moves, the two teams finally divided a forward, midfielder and defender, and started to play on the field according to the way they watched the game yesterday. However, they soon realized that if they want to play football well, they can't just watch it. Even if they are not bad at controlling the ball, their speed, strength and reaction are as good as Superman in the past football games, but if they want to play well, it is not enough to rely on this. Hey, I made a long pass, why did it go directly out of bounds? Hey, I made a shot, why did it miss so much? Look at me passing, damn, you'll get a red card for this tackle from behind, right? What tackle from behind? I didn't even tackle you. Looking at the players on both sides of the field who were attacking and defending according to the formation at the beginning, but soon became a mess again, Butler Meng smiled and shook his head. It's normal for newcomers to behave like this, not to mention that the information of football matches is not easy to find now. Although there was an extremely convenient storage method 100 years ago, after 100 years, these materials can only be looked up from the pile of old papers, right? Anyway, let them relax and let Zheng Qi have something to do, that's enough. After thinking about it, Butler Meng felt relieved. In short, more than an hour a day is not a burden, but a good way to relax. In the past, Zheng Qi would faint every 10 days or half a month without knowing it, and Steward Meng would have to give him acupuncture to relieve it. Now let's see if playing football to relax can bring him more benefits. Steward Meng is not sure about this approach, otherwise he would have suggested Zheng Qi to play a game every day to relax his mind. After all, whether it is a game or a boss, the physical fitness of the footballer will not be greatly affected by the players, but the mental overdraft is quite huge. This will not affect everyone, otherwise there would be no professional football era games. If everyone's spirit would be so overdrawn, then those top professional players would die young, which would have caused panic among everyone. In fact, for most professional players, Because of the existence of the rotation system, they will not consume too much mental energy in the game. Even great players like Liu Xiaoshan and Li Qingxi who participate in many games are unlikely to consume too much physical energy. Even if Li Qingxi is the first tactical master and has to calculate the situation on the field every moment, this calculation has almost become his instinct and will not cause him any additional burden. Zheng Qi is different from these people. His insight and overall view are actually based on his talent. What kind of talent? He keeps understanding the whole situation through some subtle observations. This is almost instinctive for him, but this instinct will make his mental strength continue to be consumed. Butler Meng has discovered Zheng Qi's physical problems a long time ago. However, when he played the live broadcast of the Era Football King, although he also used the same game method, due to the low intensity of the game, he rarely fainted. There were only 1 or 2 times in a year, but after participating in the football era, it began to become more and more frequent. It is obvious that the more mental consumption he has, the more fainting he will have. My acupuncture is only a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. In the final analysis, we have to improve our mental strength and rest better. I hope this method can better alleviate it. Butler Meng thought to himself. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 314. Good luck. The following days were a bit dull. Every day, they would train or fight for the boss, and then play a game to relax after the stipulated time. Of course, these games were played casually. Although Zheng Qi and his team were all very good at what they did, the previous football games certainly required the use of the brain, but they consumed more physical energy. In the fierce competition, there was no time to think too much. They often emptied their minds and relied on their physical instincts to play, which was a better relief for the spirit. In the past, football games consumed the most physical energy, because 2 games a week were a considerable burden for the players. In contrast, basketball games, although the physical energy consumed by the explosion seemed to be more, basketball games played every 2 days, or even 1 game a day, would not cause a particularly large burden on the players, which was enough to prove that football games were indeed the most physically consuming. The most physically consuming means that the brain will get more rest during the game, so although everyone played very seriously in each game, it was only physical energy that was consumed, and the spirit was relieved. Butler Meng was very happy about this, because in the following week, Zheng Qi did not faint due to excessive energy overdraft. According to the previous rules, Zheng Qi should have fainted once in about 10 days. Well, I can calculate it again. Butler Meng thought to himself. In addition to this, the Fifth club has passed the 11th round and there are still 2 rounds to win to the finals. The probability of drawing a professional team will be much higher next time. Are you really sure to go up and draw lots? Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi. Of course, didn't you see that I drew so many times before, and I didn't encounter a former professional team? This shows that my character is still so strong. What happened last time was just an accident. Zheng Qi said very confidently. Others began to look at him with doubtful eyes. Do you really think of me like this? That makes me so sad, Zheng Qi expressed grievance. Then you should go. If you draw a professional team, see how we deal with you. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Don't worry, I woke up today and found that I was in good spirits. It must be a good day. Zheng Qi said confidently. Half an hour later. Seeing Zheng Qi walking back with a proud look on his face, no one wanted to talk to him. Hey, why is there no grand welcome ceremony? For a captain with good character, there should be a welcome ceremony worthy of it. Zheng Qi shouted. It took 12 rounds to draw a bye. You have the nerve to have a welcome ceremony. Wang Yuanfen expressed contempt. What are you talking about? The probability is very low. Xiaodong, use your professional knowledge to tell them how great it is that I drew a bye. Zheng Qi said arrogantly. More than 500 teams drew a bye, which is nothing great. The real great thing is the guy who drew a bye in the first round. Zheng Qi said with a straight face. Well, that guy's luck is indeed good enough to buy 13 inches a row, but don't you think it is also a very gratifying thing to draw a bye at such a critical moment? Zheng Qi argued. What's there to celebrate? If we get a bye in the 13th round, that would be amazing. Good steel should be used on the blade. Do you understand this principle? Wang Yuanfen said. You are too demanding. This is bullying. In any case, Tiffin was lucky to get a bye and eventually became one of the 312 teams that could enter the 13th round. If you want to be demanding, Bayern Yuan fans' words were really demanding, because according to the number of teams this year, the number of teams participating in the 13th round is exactly in the double digits. No matter how lucky you are, you can't get a bye. This time, I'll draw a weak team, Zheng Qi said in high spirits. Looking at Zheng Qi's back as he left, Bayern Yuan fan muttered, I seem to have a bad feeling. Well, there are more than 300 opponents, and there is a 1 in 20 chance of drawing a former professional team. Seeing how he asks for a beating, I think you will definitely draw a former professional team, Zheng Qi said. The trio smiled bitterly at the same time. The atmosphere in this extraordinary club is really weird. If you say the atmosphere in their team is good, then other people will criticize the captain and major shareholder Zheng Qi. If you say the atmosphere in their team is bad, then they can be free of grudges against each other. This is something that is impossible in a mature club. Soldiers who don't have the concept of superiors and subordinates are not good soldiers. Although professional players are not soldiers, they also need to use this aspect to demand themselves. If they can't do this, it can only mean that this professional player is not professional enough. Players and captains, coaches, and club management all have a subordinate relationship between superiors and subordinates, although it is not obvious, but it does exist. In private, the two sides can have a good or bad relationship, but in the team they need to show their quality and professional level, obey the command of their superiors, and create opportunities for the team to win. This is a real professional player. So in a professional club, maybe two teammates have a good relationship and can say anything at ordinary times, but when they get to the club, then what the captain says, others have to listen carefully. Tiffin still has such a situation now. It can only be said that they are still relatively rough and unruly, and are not yet a formal professional club. However, such an atmosphere is indeed very desirable. If such a team can enter the finals, their appeal will surely be even higher, right? I don't know if what Zheng Qi said about a group of outstanding newcomers joining the finals is true. If it is true, then their appeal will be much greater. If they are really so good at pulling monsters, then they will have a group of strong players in the second half of the season, and after entering the A-level arena, the fact will allow them to attract more young players. Ban Chong said to Qing Yizhao and Hong Jian in private chat. Yeah, I'm a little tempted now. If my account of more than 700 can be changed to more than 800, then it will take off, Qing Yizhao said. Ban Chong and Hong Jian looked at each other. Ah, two bosses, I don't mean to rebel, Qing Yizhao shouted. In fact, it doesn't matter even if you want to rebel. You are still young, and it's normal to want to have higher aspirations, Hong Jian said. Really? Qing Yizhao laughed. Of course it's fake. You are the future captain of our team. We have spent a lot of effort to train you. If you dare to betray me, then I will either stab you 3 times or drag you out to feed the dogs. It's your choice, Hong Jian said. When I joined the team, I didn't say that our team was a social organization, Qing Yizhao said. After joking for a few words, Ban Chong said to Qing Yizhao very seriously. But your idea is right. If you can find a way to create a better account, then maybe we will be better off in the future. They won't let me take advantage of this so easily, right? Qing Yizhao was surprised. A god-level account is very popular in the professional circle. I think those players who join them must sign a long-term contract to get such an opportunity. Everything can always be negotiated. Ban Chong smiled slightly. But there is no rush now. Let's wait until the draw results come out. Hong Jian nodded. The captain is right, and we can afford to delay for a year. Although I'm not young now, I can still support it for a year or two. The same goes for the captain. Thank you very much. Qing Yizhao was extremely moved. They were chatting here, and the other people in Fifan were actually chatting privately, but they usually talked about what kind of opponents they would encounter in the next game. There were more than a dozen former professional clubs among the more than 300 teams, and the probability of encountering them was really high. Thinking of Zheng Qi's glorious history of winning the third round when there were more than 100,000 teams participating, the other people in Fifan really couldn't give him too much hope. After half an hour of torment, Zheng Qi came back arrogantly. Seeing him like this, many people were relieved, but many people also looked at him with vigilant eyes, because they were used to Zheng Qi's playing tricks, and they felt that this guy might also pretend to be very happy after drawing a former professional team to make them happy temporarily. Ah, your eyes are very complicated. What do you want to do? Zheng Qi asked vigilantly. Don't talk nonsense. Did you draw a former professional club? If you did, just tell us. We won't beat you. Zheng Qi said with a smile. What are you talking about? I am such a strong person, will I encounter such a thing? Zheng Qi said dissatisfiedly. No way, you have a criminal record. Wang Yuanfeng said. Hilly. Zheng Qi suddenly smiled obscenely. Oh, it seems that I really got a good draw this time? Xin Zhaoyilin was stunned. That's right, the opponent is not Canton, Yun Jinping Chunxing and other teams, not even those opponents with professional club experience, just an amateur team. A team that has relied on defense all the way. Do you think this is a good draw? Zheng Qi laughed. My God, you have been so lucky recently. Wang Yuanfeng said with a sigh. Amateur teams, and teams that have relied on defense all the way, only winning 1 or 2 goals or relying on the final penalty shootout to get to this point, are indeed limited in strength. Because there is a seeding selection after the 13th round, basically every team will get as many goal differences as they can. Although there are more than a dozen former professional clubs that can basically crush their opponents and get the most goal differences in every game, the goal scoring ability of most teams is still on the same level. In this case, scoring one more goal may be able to overwhelm a large number of opponents and directly enter the finals. Who would hold back in this situation? So this opponent is like this. Chapter 315. Not a traitor. Boss Xiao of Boat has been in a good mood recently. Although he was eliminated by Fifan early, which made him depressed for a while, he was happy that the fans' support for Boat did not decrease because of this failure. Of course, this is also related to their failure for many years, and the fans who wanted to leave have already left. And the ticket share of the loss to Fifan make Boat's expenses for the year not too big a problem. Wang Chong and others were entered out, which saved Boat some expenses and also made some profits, so Boat can stick to it for another year. The 3 core players were entered out to let them maintain their form. Such a game is intense enough and will not create too much pressure on them. It can help the 2 veterans Wang Chong and Hong Jian adjust their form and give the rookie Qing Yizhao more room for improvement. It is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He also established a relationship with Fifan. Having more friends is always good. So Boss Xiao has been in a very good mood recently. However, on this day, when he received a contact from Wang Chong, he was a little nervous. There was only 1 round left for Wang Chong and his team to rent. Boss Xiao had been following Fifan's schedule, so he knew very well that as long as Fifan could pass this round, he would definitely be able to enter the finals. If he couldn't pass this round, Wang Chong and his team's rental contract would also be terminated. When there were only a few days left in the contract, why did Wang Chong come to him? Was he too happy with Fifan and wanted to leave together? This was something Boss Xiao couldn't stand. In fact, after running Boat for such a long time, Boss Xiao could already treat everything with a calm attitude. If he wasn't calm, he would have been depressed to death. If any player felt that staying in Boat was boring or had no future and wanted to leave, he wouldn't be angry. It was nothing more than business. Leaving would still make a profit. There was no one who was sorry for anyone. With Boat's current status, no matter who left, there would be no real serious consequences or impact. But if Wang Chong and the other 2 wanted to leave, it would be really difficult. Wang Chong is the only player who has been playing for Boat since the professional era. Hong Jian was the main force before and is also the mainstay of the current lineup. As for Qing Yizhao, he is even more important. He is the hope of Boat in the future and the only choice for the captain in the future. Such players are the backbone of the club. It would be very difficult to deal with if one of them left, let alone 3 of them. The key is, if these 3 people leave, what will the other players think? The captain who has persisted for so long is gone, and the future core trained for the future is also gone. This team is really without any future, right? Just this point alone, Boss Xiao can't stand it. Well, I'm free in the evening, let's come out and chat. Boss Xiao immediately said to Wang Chong on the other end of the phone. He and Wang Chong are of course in the same city. This is also a habit of professional clubs. All members have to be together to avoid other things. That is, Zheng Qi and his team are not too formal now, so everyone stays at home by themselves, and their daily activities are all based on their own initiative. Of course, when it comes to the first-class league, Fifan will still gather together, otherwise it will be too unpresentable. Although Wang Chong was loaned to Fifan, Fifan did not require them to live together in G City, so they stayed in the city where Boat was. That night, Boss Xiao went out early, got in his car, and drove to the agreed place, despite the fact that he hated wearing a gas mask when going out. Although most people's activities are now fixed in the football era, there are still many places for leisure and entertainment in reality. After all, not everyone is willing to live in a virtual space all the time, even if that space is extremely real. After arriving at a club that both players and management are accustomed to, Boss Xiao opened a private room, ordered drinks, and then asked the waiter not to disturb without notifying him, and then began to quietly wait for Wang Chong to arrive. He originally thought that Wang Chong came alone, but after the people arrived, he found that there were actually 3 people coming. Wang Chong, Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi, 3 people arrived at the same time. Now Boss Xiao was really a little uneasy in his heart. What's going on? It seems like they are going to confront me together. Of course, as a boss, Boss Xiao still has some shrewdness and confidence. After all, these 3 people also rely on him for their salaries, so Boss Xiao certainly won't be weak. So he kept his composure and toasted with Wang Chong and others as usual. Under the current medical conditions, alcohol can no longer cause too much impact on the human body, and minor physical hazards can be easily and quickly eliminated. Under such circumstances, as long as you like the drink, it is simply the best time. Boss Xiao himself is a wine lover, and Wang Chong and Zheng Qi are also of this kind. Although in the past, alcohol was considered something that professional athletes should not touch, but now, there is no taboo. Zheng Qi doesn't drink, and others know it, so they won't force him to drink. After drinking for a while, Wang Chong put the cup down. Boss Xiao, who had been paying attention to the other party, muttered in his heart, "Here it comes. Boss, it's like this." Recently we found, Wang Chong didn't have so many twists and turns in his mind. Instead, he started to tell his boss his thoughts directly. In the finals, Fifan will have a group of new players joining. According to Zheng Qi, these new players were trained in the new area through their monster pulling skills. We don't know how good this set of skills is yet, but the number of young people sent to the new area by each professional club this year is 10, which is a foregone conclusion. If Fifan's new players can really create god-level accounts collectively in such an environment, it is enough to prove that Zheng Qi did not lie. Bulks of god-level accounts. Boss Xiao was stunned by what he heard. Although he knew that there were 2-digit god-level accounts in the Fifan team, it was not impossible to get such accounts if you really paid for them. In addition, except for Zheng Qi and a few other players, the operation level of the other players in the Fifan team was not worthy at their account attribute points. This made Boss Xiao feel that he just found a group of ordinary players who were lucky enough to get god-level accounts but did not have outstanding operation levels. And now if what Wang Chong said was true, it means that the other party was not gathered from everywhere. From the information we got from the chat during this period, the players with 800 attribute points are really from District 108, which is the new district last year. Zheng Qi added. Well, but it seems that this has nothing to do with us, right? Boss Xiao thought about it enviously, and then said. It is related, boss. It's hard to say anything else. Lao Hong and I are about to retire. There is no need. But if Xiaoqing can have a god-level account, coupled with his operation level, is it a dream for us to return to the professional arena? Wang Chong didn't know why the boss was so slow today, but he had a good temper and still explained patiently. Boss Xiao felt like he had been enlightened. Yes, if Zheng Qi could get such an account, in amateur competitions, if professional level operations are combined with a god-level account, the advantage is huge. Just look at this year's Kanqing and you will know, in this elimination round, except for Fifan, they are the most glorious team. Fulei is simply the first star in the amateur competition. He has led the team all the way and crushed them. Even Chunxing, who was also a relegated team, was beaten by Kanqing when they met Kanqing in the 8th round. You have to know that when they were relegated, Chunxing's ranking was higher than Kanqing's, and their personnel loss was not as much as Kanqing's. When the amateur league just started, they were considered to have a much higher probability of returning to the first-class league than Kanqing, but they were defeated by Kanqing in that game. In addition to Zhu Shan's brilliant tactical arrangement and Kanqing's overall good tactical performance, Fulei's full use of the advantages of his more than 800-point god-level account was also a key. Although Fifan has so many god-level accounts, their overall disadvantage is too great. Although Kanqing has only one god-level account, the others are at a professional level. Surrounded by a god-level player, they can certainly play much better than ordinary teams. Although Fulei is not a god-level player, there is no doubt that his performance is already a whole level higher than that of players of the same level. For many people in the circle, the strength shown by Kanqing now, at least in the middle of the first-class league, is no problem. At least it is more powerful than their previous seasons. If Kanqing could decisively get rid of those two discordant factors and let Zhu Shan return when Fulei returned to Kanqing last year, Kanqing would not have been relegated, and it might be now impacting the Super League instead of the A-League. Such recognition is enough to prove how invincible a former professional club can be in amateur competitions if it has such a player and builds a team around him. Zheng Qi can become a pillar of the future in the minds of everyone because in addition to his professional level of operation, his character attributes are also quite good, more than 720 points of character attributes, which is considered qualified in the professional arena, and even more outstanding in amateur competitions. However, if it is really compared with the God level account, it is still far behind. If this is really possible, it will be a great thing for our club. Boss Xiao immediately smiled happily. Wang Chong and the others said so of course they would not want to defect. Which traitor would do this? Not only did they not defect, these loyal players also proposed a feasible and bright path for the club's future. How could this not make Boss Xiao feel extremely happy? Chapter 316. Display of strength. Of course, after the initial excitement, Boss Xiao soon discovered the biggest problem that prevented this plan from becoming a reality. Although he kept investing because of his passion and interest, it did not mean that he was naive. After such a long time in that business world, Boss Xiao had long passed the age of naivety, and would not think of some things too simply. The most critical issue is, even if Fifan has mastered the ability to train players, they are also capable of training Zheng Qi, but why should they train Zheng Qi? Relying on money. This was the first thought that flashed through Boss Xiao's mind, but soon, he gave up this unrealistic idea. Such a method of training players would not be missed by any club. If it could really be solved with money, then those top teams would have already started. Fifan can still maintain such an advantage until now, which is enough to prove that they will not be moved by money. Even if they can train newcomers, the newcomers must be bound by various contracts. After training, they must play for the club. Even if the club does not want them, this level of accounts and players can bring extremely high income. Well, of course they won't help us casually, we are also embarrassed to ask others to do us such a favor. Wang Chong nodded. But we are not useless to Fifan. Boss Xiao nodded. Please continue. It's like this, boss. The problem with Fifan now is that there are not many good players. Even if they can train 10 good players in this batch, they still have great flaws as a whole. Under the current circumstances, the help we three can give to Fifan will be very great. The final is a very cruel competition. Only the final champion can enter the A-level arena. If one is not careful and fails to advance, it will be a very bad thing for both them and us. Wang Chong organized his words and said. Boss Xiao closed his eyes and thought about it, and soon figured it out. Fifan is not particularly outstanding now, but that is because they lack outstanding players. However, if this group of players grow up, they will be even better next year. Even by the time the finals start next year, they will have two groups of players who have grown up. With such strong strength, by next year, there will be absolutely no amateur team that can stop them. In this case, we'll both have a chance to avoid Fifan's shadow next year. Fifan's entry into the first-class league is good for them, and for Bode, it also reduces an almost unbeatable opponent. So in this case, we can make a deal with Fifan. Wang Chong continued. I understand what you mean. Boss Xiao raised his hand, so that Wang Chong didn't need to say anything more. Lease the three of you to Fifan for half a season again, until the end of this season. Wang Chong nodded. Boss Xiao now fully understood what he meant. Renting Wang Chong and the others for another half a season was undoubtedly a timely help for Fifan, who still didn't have enough good players. It increased Fifan's chances of promotion. It was much better to enter the professional arena a year earlier than to delay it for a year. With such help, even if Fifan used a place in the youth team next year as a bargaining chip, it was completely acceptable to Fifan. In this way, both sides got what they needed and it was a win-win situation. As long as Fifan could clearly understand this, they would definitely agree to Bode's request. Okay, I'll contact Fifan later. Boss Xiao immediately made the decision. And there is another benefit for us to stay, that is, we can observe their newcomers and see if they're really that outstanding. Hong Jian added. Boss Xiao was stunned, and then laughed. A win-win situation is indeed the best for a businessman. He is only worried about one thing now, that is, Fifan and his people think too highly of their own strength and are not very interested in Bode's win-win decision. Then not only will his idea be shattered, but it may not be a good thing for Fifan himself. Well, although they seem to be unprofessional in many aspects, at least, both Zheng Qi and their head coach are very clear about what they lack. In this case, I don't think they will reject our kindness. After all, this kind of thing is very beneficial to both parties. Wang Chong thought for a while and said. Your judgment is always accurate. Boss Xiao smiled. After this conversation, Boss Xiao put aside his worries and began to negotiate with Fifan. Captain Zheng, I wish you success in entering the finals. Ah, Boss Xiao. A rare guest. It's too early to say that. We still have to pass a level. Zheng Qi replied. With the strength of your club, it's not a problem to pass this ordinary team. Boss Xiao replied with a smile. It's hard to say about the game. Zheng Qi remained calm enough. Yes, the big battle is imminent, so I won't bother you. After this game, I don't know if there is time, let's have a good chat. Boss Xiao decided not to beat around the bush. No problem, I was just thinking about having a good chat with Boss Xiao. Zheng Qi replied happily. After hanging up the phone, Boss Xiao thought about it and felt relieved. It seems that Fifan should also want to cooperate with Boat. It also proves that they still value the combat effectiveness of Wang Chong and the other three. Otherwise, if a group of strong newcomers join, then Boat's trio should not be of much use to Fifan. After the license, of course, they will go back to their own homes and there is no need to talk about anything. Now that Fifan wants to talk to Boat, it means that there is still room for negotiation. If we don't talk now, we should wait until the end of the 13th round of the elimination match to make sure that we can enter the finals before we can decide on the continuation of the lease. Whether we want to lease or directly introduce Wang Chong and others, Fifan now has something to ask of Boat, which will of course have more influence. Of course, you can't do whatever you want with anything, but as long as there is a basis for negotiation, there is still room for negotiation. For Boat, their need for Fifan is very important, and as Fifan's need for Boat in this regard very important. Boss Xiao was unsure about this. After all, although Wang Chong and the other three had played 6 or 7 games on loan to Fifan, Fifan had never encountered a truly strong opponent in these games, and their strength had not been well demonstrated. Even if Wang Chong and the others were loaned here to deal with a stronger opponent that might appear, then with Fifan's schedule during this period, they could be said to have been loaned in vain. Because even if they were not loaned here, they would be able to defeat their opponents with their own strength. In this case, would Fifan have any contempt for the Boat trio? Although Boss Xiao thought that this situation was unlikely to happen, what if it happened? So at this moment, he was also praying in his heart, hoping that Fifan would not be confused for a while. The consequence of Fifan's failure to advance would also involve Boat, and he could not help but pay attention to it. However, Boss Xiao soon realized how reliable his group of subordinates were. The 13th round of the next day was actually not as easy as everyone thought. Although the opponent was an amateur team and did not hide any strength, they were quite tenacious in defense. In addition, Fifan's group of players have been addicted to playing football recently, which has led to a decline in their game status. This decline is actually not a problem when facing strong enemies, because mental concentration alone will not cause them to have any problems in facing strong teams, not to mention that in the case of mutual attack, the talents of some of their important players can be well brought into play. On the contrary, when facing this team with weak overall strength but extremely tenacious defense, and determined to defend until the penalty shootout, Fifan, who has talent but lacks experience, is somewhat in trouble. They steadily advanced smoothly, but the opponent directly gave up the midfield interception and defended in front of their own goal early. If it were a team like Boat, there would be no problem facing this kind of defense, because the opponent lacks outstanding players. As long as they keep attacking and rely on everyone's strength to launch an attack, they can gradually tear open the opponent's defense line. However, for a team like Fifan that has a few talents but is not very strong overall, it is a bit difficult to tear open such a defense line. In the first 12 games, Fifan, who scored more than double-digit goals per game on average, had no way to get the opponent's goal in the entire first half. Gather all the good players, we can now try to attack as a whole. Butler Meng said during the halftime break. Zheng Qi, Su Jin, Zheng Qi, Li Gerui, Wang Lanfen, Wang Chong, Hong Jian, Qing Yizhou. 8 players with professional level began to launch a fierce attack on the opponent's defense. Although the opponent showed their fighting spirit and tenacity very valuable, in the face of such a crushing strength, this is not a problem that can be solved by fighting spirit. The Boat trio completed a beautiful raid. Wang Chong dispatched, Hong Jian attracted attention, and Qing Yizhou broke into the opponent's defense and completely disrupted the opponent's formation. Although the ball was not scored by any of them in the end, without them tearing open the defense, there would be no such crucial goal to break the deadlock. In the last game of the finals, the Boat trio on loan finally showed their true value. Such value can only be truly demonstrated when facing difficult situations. Whether it is their mentality, their experience, or their sophistication, they can only be fully demonstrated under such circumstances. Chapter 317. Hit it off. Fifan's 13th round match was also a big win. At the end of the match, they won 5 goals against the opponent, but all the fans who watched the match knew that if there was no goal in the second half that broke the deadlock, there would be no 5 goals. Facing dense defenser, the most difficult thing was the goal that broke the deadlock. If it wasn't for the goal, the opponent could only press on the attack helplessly, and there would be no goals one after another. No matter how talented the players are, they need to accumulate experience to perform better. Today's match taught you a lesson. Fifen's fans were celebrating that the team they supported had entered the finals for the first time in an amateur competition. Although the places for the finals have not yet been announced, with the number of goals Fifen got, it can be said that there is no problem in entering the final 128 teams. People were celebrating outside, but in the locker room after the game, Butlerman criticized everyone for the first time. Many of you are very talented and gifted, and you work very hard. You also have a top account that many professional players cannot have, but with these, will you definitely succeed? No, success requires some basic conditions. Now you already have them, but those only guarantee that you can stand at the starting line of success. To succeed, you also need persistence, courage, accumulation and fighting spirit. When Butlerman said this, his expression was very serious, which makes Zheng Qi and the others become serious involuntarily. Today, we are going to learn from the three players who alone here from both. The psychological quality and calm judgment they showed in critical moments are what we need to learn. In the final, we will face bigger challenges than before. You must know that the grouping of the final is completely random. In the most extreme case, we may face former professional teams in all 7 games. Of course, the probability of this is very low. I don't know how low it is exactly. Zheng Qi should know, but no matter how low it is, this probability still exists. I hope that we can encounter some real challenges in the final. After all, such challenges will appear in every game after entering the professional arena. Butlerman's words woke Zheng Qi and the others up. Indeed, it seems now that those former professional clubs are quite strong opponents, but if they really enter the professional arena, then such strong opponents will be encountered in every game. If they cannot get used to this kind of thing, then they will suffer the consequences in the professional arena. Don't worry, Uncle Meng. We will learn from the 3 players who came here on loan. Zheng Qi said with an unprecedentedly sincere tone, and then turned to Wang Chong. Old Wang, our loan contract is expired now. Are you interested in renewing it for another 6 months? We can discuss the treatment. We need to talk to our boss about this. After all, we can't make the final decision. Wang Chong laughed. Of course we are willing to accumulate some experience for the finals. Too modest, do you still need to accumulate experience? Zheng Qi also laughed. We do have a lot of experience in dealing with various situations, but we still don't have enough experience to face top players. Wang Chong said sincerely. This is really true. Among the 3 of them, Wang Chong has played in the Yamato League for 7 years and has experienced every Yamato game. Hong Jian has played for 6 years. Although Qing Yizhao was young, he has 2 years of experience. In such a long time, most of the teams they faced were amateur teams of various kinds. These teams were not strong, but they had many tricks. After so many years, they have really seen a lot of battles. What kind of weird teams have they not seen? On the contrary, when facing a strong team, they are not very experienced. They suffered such a loss last year. We have experience in this regard, Zheng Qi said thoughtfully. Our experience is too advanced and not applicable. Butlerman shook his head. And do you really think that Lu Xiaoxun and the others used all their strength to fight against Cheng Feng's group in the arena? Zheng Qi had nothing to say now. No matter how arrogant he was, he would not think that Cheng Feng would fight them with the attitude of the World Cup final. In fact, although they had many outstanding players, their overall strength was completely insignificant compared to Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng would always fight with them patiently. In addition to Shen Ruofei's increasingly important position, Lu Xiaoxun and others had to give Shen Ruofei a face. At the same time, Lu Xiaoxun and others were also very interested in the strength of Zheng Qi, Zheng Xu and others, so they had the patience to play with them several times a day. Not giving up any opportunity to explore the strength of possible opponents is the key reason why Cheng Feng can always perform well. There is nothing much to say about what happened next. The Fifen players went out to express their gratitude to the audience for following them all the way. They really had to thank them. After these 13 games, the number of spectators of Fifen's games did not fall below 1 million. The income of the Fifen club from the ticket sales of these 13 games alone exceeded 60 million. Such a huge income was enough for them to be self-sufficient. After a grand but messy celebration at the scene, the music ended and the crowd dispersed. The Fifen players stayed to play a game of football, and then went back to their homes. Zheng Qi did not log off. He and Bo Xiao had an appointment to meet. Congratulations on getting the ticket to the final. Boss Xiao bowed and congratulated them as soon as they met. You are too kind. We were able to win this game thanks to the 3 players of your club. It is shameful to say that if it were not for the 3 players of your club, we would have been in great trouble. Zheng Qi said sincerely. Well said, since they're on loan, then even if they're your players, they should of course make some contributions. Boss Xiao laughed. Obviously, after watching this game, Boss Xiao was even more confident. As long as Fifan's people were not blind, they could see how useful it was for them to win the 3 players on loan. As for Zheng Qi, to use the words of Shen Ruofei, Zheng Qi, and Niao before, he never negotiated and revealed all his cards from the beginning, so we hope to rent them for another half a season, until the end of the finals. Zheng Qi said to Boss Xiao very seriously. Salary and other things can be negotiated, and you can also increase the rental fee. As long as it is not too exaggerated, we can accept it. Such straightforward words actually scared Boss Xiao. He has been doing business for so many years, and he has never seen such a negotiation. Although Zheng Qi is young and it is normal that he can't negotiate, but since he is the major shareholder of Fifan, he can also bring a negotiation expert to talk to him. Now that he was looking at him so honestly, he felt a little embarrassed, but after thinking about it, Boss Xiao felt that he had no other way to blackmail Fifan. You know, Fifan's choice is not only boat. In addition to boat, there are also relegated teams like Chunxing that are unlucky and can't enter the finals. As long as they are willing to spend money, Fifan can rent players from Chunxing. Unlike boat, Chunxing never thought that they would miss the finals, so they didn't arrange any friendly matches in the second half of the season to make money. The players are idle anyway, so it's better to rent them out to earn some money while letting the players maintain their form in a higher level of competition. So Boss Xiao decided to talk to Zheng Qi directly without wanting to get more benefits. Captain Zheng, this request is not easy to handle. After all, you know that we have a lot of friendly matches to play in the second half of the season. It's not just a matter of income. If our 3 core players are separated from the team for too long, there will be problems with running in, which will easily affect our journey next season. Hearing what Boss Xiao said, Zheng Qi nodded. He also understood this truth. Running in and tacit understanding require long-term training and competitions to increase and maintain. It doesn't mean that if you already have tacit understanding, it will continue to exist if you don't play together for half a year. This thing will gradually disappear with the passage of time. If you don't touch something for half a year, you will feel unfamiliar when you touch it, let alone a person. But we have a tacit understanding between us, so I won't say anything else hypocritically. I can agree to the 3 of them renting for another half a year, and I don't need the rental fee, but Fifan has to agree to one of my requests. Boss Xiao said. You say? Zheng Qi nodded. Qing Yizhao will be an important core of our future. His skills and operation are not bad, but his character attributes are a little bit lacking, and your club. Boss Xiao did not finish his words, but his meaning was already very clear. In this regard, you have to help your brothers. This? Zheng Qi was really stunned for a moment. He had never thought that boat would make such a request before, but thinking about it carefully, this request is very reasonable. The rental fee for amateur players is not much money no matter how high it is, and in other aspects, boat is also a very mature professional club. Fifan has nothing to impress them. To make boat interested, only by making Qing Yizhao, a future core, stronger, can boat obtain the most practical and important benefits. This is not a problem. In the new district next year, we can give you a new player quota. Zheng Qi made the decision very happily. Zheng Qi agreed so readily that Boss Xiao was a little overwhelmed. What he didn't know was that such a quota was not very precious to Fifan at the moment, because if a player did not have a professional level, even if he hit such a quota, it would not be of any use, just like the 4 of Xinzailan. Even if they had a god-level account, their operations could not fully exert the power of the account. Aren't there 4 quotas wasted this year? Of course, Zheng Qi would not have thought how popular such a quota would be in the next few years. Chapter 318 Preparation and Concentration. After the 2 sides reached a consensus, Fifan's lease renewal went quite smoothly. Soon, Wang Chong and the other 3 renewed their lease contracts. Their contracts will last until the final game of this season. After the end of this season, Wang Chong and Hong Jian will return to boat, and Qing Yizhao will change his account and start with Fifan in the new area. Of course, Qing Yizhao also signed a confidentiality agreement and would not disclose Fifan's monster pooling method. This is not aimed at Qing Yizhao. All Fifan players will sign such a confidentiality contract. Judging from the number of Zheng Qi, Fifan's monster pooling method can at least maintain its advanced and advantageous status for 2 to 3 years. After 3 years, there may be a club that can experiment with a perfect monster pooling method, but these 3 years alone are enough for FIFA to build a strong team. As for the training of youth training, that is not something that needs to be considered now. Even if the youth training of low-level clubs is excellent, it is impossible to attract outstanding players. Only when they become super clubs can they be qualified to set up youth training camps and attract young players who aspire to become professional players. From this perspective, the current professional football world is completely opposite to the past football games. At the time, small clubs could often rely on youth training to live a comfortable life, while the big clubs spent more money to buy players. Now, big clubs have firmly controlled youth training. If low-level clubs want to add fresh blood, they can only choose players they don't want from them. Of course, this is also a trend. In the past professional games, the youth training of top clubs was often the best, but at the time, some small clubs also had excellent youth training capabilities and could also attract good young players. After all, everyone knows that the players trained by big clubs may not be used by themselves. This kind of thing has nothing to do with the current FIFA. In the next period of time, they will concentrate on grabbing boss. At the same time, after the end of the qualifiers, FIFA's first team began to have more outstanding players. Nioliwa and the other 6 people have successfully ascended from the new area to the myth area. Their performance in the new area is quite outstanding, attracting quite a lot of newcomers to join the FIFA guild. It is expected that in a few months, the number of alliances of the FIFA guild will increase by another 20 to 30, compared with Zheng Qi's performance. It is a little worse, but it is already a good result. After all, FIFA is still not famous now. But Zheng Qi and the others know that although FIFA is not famous now, if it continues like this, their fame and appeal will become greater and greater, especially in the final game. If Zheng Qi and his gang can show a wonderful performance, then those young players who are paying attention to FIFA will have a new path. Zheng Qi and his team are players abandoned by the club, and after joining FIFA, they obtain a god-level account. There is such a clear contrast, which is enough to show that joining FIFA will be an excellent way out. The power of example is always infinite. During this period of time, you should just follow that big team, brush the boss every day, and upgrade quickly. Zheng Qi said to Nioliwa. No problem, we will definitely upgrade quickly. Nioliwa smiled generously. Zheng Qi and others nodded at the same time. They had no doubts about this. In fact, let alone the help of professional guilds, even ordinary players, if they have a few friends in the myth zone, can level up like flying if they let their friends form a team to guide them. Football Era is a game that can only be more fun after reaching the maximum level. After Kalapakun and Zheng Qi and others joined, FIFA's first-line team was able to put together a professional-level main lineup. Kalapakun is also an excellent all-round match player, but unlike Zheng Qi and Su Jing, she prefers large-scale lethal spells and combines the strengths of Zheng Qi and Su Jing. Zheng Qi and Su Jing can form a dual core, and she alone can serve as the core. For FIFA, having such a player can certainly make them play more flexibly. After having her, Zheng Qi and Su Jing, as long as one of these 3 people is on the court, there will be no problem for FIFA as a whole. As for the other 5 players, their operating level is unquestionable, and they also have their own characteristics. This is also the ability that players trained by the professional team system have. Zheng Qi is quite versatile. Although he is not particularly good at any hero, he can use almost all heroes, but he can not master them. Players like him may not be as good as those who specialize in one thing in terms of combat effectiveness, but any team cannot do without such players because they can fill in the gaps at any time on the field and cannot be missing. Lin Fei and Zheng Qi were 2 midfielders, but they have different characteristics. Lin Fei is good at long-distance support, while Zheng Qi was closer to a front-field attacker. His offensive ability is quite good, which can just make up for the shortcomings of FIFA's insufficient offensive ability. Yuan Kong and Zheng Qi are 2 meat shield-type defensive players. After all, when they were in the youth team, they served as assistants to the captain. Such defensive players may not be valued too much by fans, but in fact they are also indispensable. FIFA's previous good players were concentrated in the front and middle fields, and the backfield mainly relied on Xin Zhaoyilin and others. This is why other former professional clubs think that FIFA is not so difficult to deal with. When they are concentrated together to defend, they can show all their levels, but if they're separated, they will appear much weaker. If Boat had not been unprepared, he would not have been tricked by FIFA. However, with the level of the previous professional team, as long as they could fight FIFA normally, they would definitely be able to gain a great advantage in attack. Our team was incomplete before, but now it is finally complete. However, having strength on paper and being able to exert strength are two different things. I think you should understand this. Listening to the words of Butler Meng, the Fifen players were very serious. Before, Fifen's lineup was not fixed. Except for Zheng Qi and his people, the other players were randomly selected from the Guild Elite group according to their level and performance status. Because many of them were amateur players, it was normal that they could not appear. In this case, of course, more people had to be prepared. But in the finals, this could not be done. In the preliminary rounds, the personnel could be changed at will, but after the finals began, the registration list was fixed at 22 people, and it could not be changed at all without special reasons, and no one else could be used to replace the players on the list. So in the next period of time, what Zheng Qi and his team had to do was very simple. The first task was to let Zheng Qi and his people train their levels, and secondly, to grab the boss, and finally, to set a list of 22 people. Under such circumstances, Zheng Qi and others began to constantly mobilize all the players who were qualified to participate in the elite group, including the newcomers promoted from the new area, all of whom were within the scope of investigation, although they also knew that it was actually very difficult to find a newcomer with outstanding talents like Zheng Qi from these people. Otherwise, those professional clubs would not recruit young players, but select talents from a wide range of newcomers. These days, newcomers who don't know about the professional selection of the football era but have outstanding talents are much rarer than pandas. Zheng Qi was very lucky to bump into a Zheng Qi. So in fact, they are not selecting geniuses, but people who can cooperate with existing players. The current Fifen first team can be confirmed, including Zheng Qi, Niao, Zheng Xu, Su Jin, Li Rui, Wang Lanfen, Wang Chong, Hong Jian, Cheng Zhao, Qing Chuan, Lin Fei, Zhong King, Yuan Kong, Zheng Xin. These 14 players with professional level are enough to make them not at a disadvantage when facing any team, not to mention that these 14 people have strong attributes. Niao and others are not sure about their final attributes now, but reaching or even exceeding 850 points is no problem at all. Such a team, as long as they can solve the problem of tacit understanding, then there will be no problem. Relatively speaking, it is more difficult to select the remaining 8 players who can cooperate with them. In fact, after investigation, Zheng Qi and others found that the 4 people, such as Xin Zhaolang, Zhao Fen and Linking Head, who also have more than 800 attribute points, are the most reliable. Their personal abilities are not good, but they can still play their attribute advantages by surrounding others to assist. The remaining 2 spots were not easy to find. Lu Li had no interest in playing games. She preferred to organize administrative matters such as the guild, which was her specialty. So after some shoving and pushing, Wei Jiangshan and Sui Qingfen, the 2 biggest bosses in the guild, were recommended to play in the first team. Everyone knew that although everyone in the first team had a role in theory, and the substitution rules of the football era also gave everyone a chance to play, with Fifen's current personnel composition, it would be enough for the others to just go up and carry the team for a while. Wei Jiangshan and Sui Qingfen had quite good experience. Although their operational abilities were a little poor, they would not delay things on the field because of nervousness. For such a game, this mentality was more important than technology. Now that the first team members have been determined, we should be more formal, gather together, go online, train, and play at the same time, so that we can form a unified command," said Butler Meng. "Ah, then are we going to live together?" Li Rui asked excitedly. "Then where are we going to gather?" "Let's all come to City G in 5 days. I'll tell you the place then," Zheng Qi said with a smile. Chapter 319 It's time to gather. Zheng Qi didn't tell others the address now. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to be mysterious, but because he hadn't found a good place yet. Speaking of places, of course, the place where he lives now is the most comfortable. The air filtration system that covers the entire huge community, the green grass, the birds singing and the flowers blooming, is the most desirable living environment in the world today. However, it is not very realistic to bring a team to such a place. The villa where Zheng Qi lives is not small, but it is a bit luxurious for 2 people. However, if more than 20 people live there, they will have to have large bunk beds. Zheng Qi doesn't mind having a few large bunk beds in the living room and guest room, but if he really does this, the original owner of the house will have to trouble him. The house was rented to him and it was agreed that no more than 4 people could live there. If Zheng Qi let more than 20 people in at once, the original owner would certainly be unhappy. A good villa will hardly be affected if only a few people live there for a long time, but if it is expanded to more than 20 people, maybe after living there for a while, the house will be ruined. We still have to rent an office building outside to integrate office and accommodation. Su Jing said to Zheng Qi on the communicator. I don't want to leave the lower mountain area. Zheng Qi lamented. 3 million yuan a year in rent is indeed a waste of idleness, but can you come to work on time every day? Su Jing asked. It's difficult. Can I work at home? Zheng Qi asked. As the largest shareholder and captain of the club, you have to set an example. Su Jing said helplessly. Okay, then I will move in too, but I won't give up this house, even if it's empty. Zheng Qi said. That's your freedom. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. Then master, are we going to move? Seeing Zheng Qi hung up the communicator, Butler Meng asked politely. I don't want to move. Even if I move, I have to take my bed, my pajamas, my dolls, my figurines, all my things. Zheng Qi shouted loudly. The office building rented by Miss Su theoretically doesn't have a room big enough to accommodate so many of your things, Butler Meng said after thinking for a while. I don't care, I want the same environment as here, can't I pay for it myself? Zheng Qi said dissatisfiedly. After hearing what Zheng Qi said, Butler Meng thought for a moment, then took out a holographic simulator, opened a map, and began to search on it. Is there hope? Zheng Qi asked Butler Meng. Give me 10 minutes, Butler Meng replied. Zheng Qi nodded, and then went out for a walk. He was very confident in Butler Meng. Since Butler Meng did not say it is impossible to do it, then he would most likely do it. After a walk, he returned to the room. Butler Meng had already drawn a floor plan. Master, in the office building rented by Miss Su, only one floor higher, we can rent an office, which is about the same size as where you are used to living. Using the latest rapid decoration technology, we can copy the environment you live in 2 days, and then we can directly transfer all of it. Great. Zheng Qi gave a thumbs up. Is 2 days enough? Enough, but the cost may be a bit too much. I checked. If we use the transmission technology to directly transfer all the furniture according to the arrangement here, the total cost may be around 2 million. Butler Meng replied. 2 million? It's not a lot, so let's just leave it at that. Zheng Qi chuckled. When he first entered the football era world, 2 million might have been a big number for Zheng Qi, but now, it's really not a big number. Su Jing has been busy with this matter recently. Although there will be someone to help her as long as she arranges it, she still hopes to arrange the club's venue better. As a player, she now knows better than most people what the players need. In a commercial building in the development zone of G City, the Fifan Club was officially established. Although compared with Nanglo, which is also in G City, Fifan is still not famous at all. Under Su Jing's operation, their club headquarters is fully equipped. 3 floors belong to the Fifan Club. Half of the top floor is the office location of the management and tactical team, and the other half is the office location of the first team. Everyone has a separate room and holographic cabin, and other living facilities are complete. The remaining 2 floors are all for professional players to work, live and rest. Of course, their rooms are much worse than those of professional players, but in terms of canteens and gyms, everyone is the same. The 2-story office building is enough to accommodate thousands of professional players. Of course, this is basically provided for local professional players. With such a scale, super teams are no more than this. After all, many professional players in super teams are not local. They can choose to work in the club or stay at home. The club only provides a job. Of course, most professional players are still willing to work in the club. Apart from anything else, they are also very eager to have the opportunity to see the professional players of their team in real life. With Fifan's current background, so many professional players' workstations are actually a bit of a waste, because Fifan is not based on the local area for the time being. Among their fans, although there are many players in G City, they are not more than players from other places. After all, players in the new area come from all over the country, and their probability of becoming Fifan fans is the same. Even if those players from other places become professional players, they may not be willing to travel all the way to Fifan to work, so many workstations may not be used at all. However, both Su Jing and Zheng Qi thought that it was necessary to do so. Since Fifan wanted to become the leading guild, it would of course need to prepare for this in advance. Although the decoration expenses were more, they had to be paid. It was better to pay early than late. To build such a station, the other expenses were actually nothing. The biggest expense was the cost of renting an office building. The rent of office buildings in the development zone was always expensive. The rent for the past 6 months alone was as high as 30 million. At the same time, the contract was signed for 5.5 years, and early termination was not allowed. If Fifan's income was not enough in the future, the rent alone would drag the club down. Su Jing was confident, but Zheng Qi didn't care. 3 days later. Wow, such a big building, is it all our clubs? The Mad Knife of Chaos, who wore a crooked hat and looked handsome but looked unserious, stood in front of the building, looking at the sign of Fifen Club in a certain part of the building, and shouted loudly. Zheng Qi, who had gone to the station to pick him up, pushed him from behind and pushed him into the gate. He went to pick him up because he felt that this person seemed too unreliable. What if he got lost? As a result, Zheng Qi was delayed by something on the way and was a little late. When he arrived, he found that Li Gurui was waiting for him in the agreed place. He was very familiar with Li Gurui's appearance because this person used his real appearance in the game. Zheng Qi, who had a higher opinion of Li Gurui in his heart, lowered his opinion again at this time. What do you think, brother? Such a huge commercial building, with hundreds of floors, is all for fun. Is it possible? In fact, this is a fairly large commercial center, the essence of the G-City development zone. It stands to reason that a new club like Fifen, which has no reputation at all, would not be able to rent such a venue. If it weren't for the strategic cooperation between Tissan Group and this commercial center, and a group of merchants just withdrew from here, Fifen would not be able to rent as many as 3 floors. And the entire commercial center is Fifen, it's just too much to think about it. Am I overthinking? After entering the building, Li Gurui asked oppressedly. Also, why did you push me in? Don't you know that the air outside is polluted? It's not good for your health. You're a professional athlete. Zheng Qi said as he led him to the elevator. Yeah, I feel a little dizzy. Li Gurui said. That's because you talk too much. Zheng Qi took Li Gurui into the elevator. I don't talk much. Li Gurui still muttered, but as the elevator moved, he became a little quieter and began to look around curiously. This elevator is a special elevator. After all, this business center is divided into 2 areas, open and closed. The general business center is open to everyone, while many upper floors are only open to the corresponding companies. After all, not every company is open to the public, so there are several special elevators. Some floors cannot be reached by ordinary elevators. Even if they're reached, they need to pass the access control to enter. In addition to being dedicated, this elevator also has a sightseeing function. The surroundings are transparent, and you can completely browse the surrounding scenery. It seems that there is nothing to see. Li Gurui looked at it and began to mutter again. Yes, there is nothing to see, Zheng Qi nodded in agreement. From a distance, the sky was all grey. That was the scene where harmful gases and particles in the air gathered together. It is said that this situation was also very common 100 years ago, but it only appeared from time to time. There were many days when the air was fresh and the blue sky could be seen. However, now it has become the norm. After arriving at the floor where the extraordinary club was located, Li Gurui followed Zheng Qi out of the elevator and saw a calm and elegant beauty appear in front of him. Is this Xiaodo? I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Su Jing walked over with a smile and stretched out her hand to Li Gurui. Who is Sister Lu? Li Gurui held Su Jing's hand and asked. No, this is your sister Su. Zheng Qi said. Your sister Lu is busy in the human resources department. You'll see her later. Su Jing replied with a smile. Oh, it's okay. I will go to chat with her when she is free. Li Gurui said excitedly. Chapter 320. Facade. Li Gurui was not the first person to gather. Although he was very enthusiastic and came almost a day in advance, there were still many people who were more enthusiastic than him. For example, Zheng Qi and the other 5 were the first to arrive. Obviously, after choosing to join Fifen and start from scratch, they were very much looking forward to the days ahead. After all, for them, even if they were abandoned by the club at the time, they were not without other places to go. Players like them who were trained by super teams but could not gain a foothold in super teams were very popular in the first-class teams or even the lower-level teams of the Super League. They did not have to worry about having no place to go. However, they chose to join Fifen for the sake of powerful accounts. Then, of course, their goal was to hope that Fifen's position could be higher. If Fifen was just playing around in the first-class league, they would certainly not give their loyalty completely. Of course, they would leave Fifen after they made their own name or after the contract expired, and go to a team that was capable of impacting owners. This was not considered betrayal. Fifen trained them and they gave back within 3 years. This was a very professional manifestation. Even if professional players are trained by the club, there is no reason for them to give back for free for a lifetime. If professional clubs want to keep players, they must also let the players gain something, so that it is a win-win situation. When they were in the new area before, they knew that Fifen had not even set up a base, so they were inevitably disappointed. However, now, Fifen's timely actions have restored their confidence in Fifen. Perform well and advance to the first-class league first. Zheng Qi and others also said this when chatting privately. Fifen needs to rely on their strength, and they also need Fifen to provide them with a bigger stage. Otherwise, even if they have a God-level account, other clubs may not be interested in them. In the football era, when super clubs buy or use players, they never just look at their attributes, but they look at the characteristics of the other party and the characteristics of the team and the composition of the members, whether they are compatible, rather than poaching people at random. What kind of players will get better results when combined together? What kind of players may be weakened when combined together? Of course, no club can buy people with an extremely accurate vision, and it also needs to be proven in time and actual combat. However, in general, you have to observe the player's ability and performance first, and then estimate whether they can play that best state in the club, so that poaching can be targeted. Zheng Qi's 5 people arrived first, followed by Li Guirui, and then came the 2 old members Sui Qingfen and Wai Jiangshan. They are generally just making up the numbers in the first team. After all, they are older and their operating ability is average. However, now that they are in the first team, they have to rush over. They were not afraid that Fifen would abandon them after this season. In fact, their most important job was to assist Lu Li in managing the guild. Lu Li was an excellent administrative talent, but the guild alliance could not be managed by one person. It needed a group of capable fighters and organizers. Other talents could be slowly selected and promoted from the guild, but they had to be core members. Lu Li, Wai Jiangshan and Sui Qingfen were the key to the core members. In the future, those players who could not gain a foothold in the first team, such as Xin Zailan, would gradually fade out of the first team and then play a huge role in the guild. In fact, all professional clubs were using this approach. For retired meritorious players who were temporarily insufficient in strength but loyal to the club, the top guild was their best destination, and the treatment was not bad. As the first players to know Zheng Qi, Wai Jiangshan and Sui Qingfen must be people who can be trusted. They were ordinary players before, and now they can become the top leaders of a professional club, which is already a remarkable thing. Of course, they are very satisfied with the current situation. At the same time, they are also aware of their own shortcomings in strength. If they want to make more contributions to the club, then of course they just need to do more. So they went to G City very actively and met Zheng Qi very soon. The appearance of the 2 people in the game is the appearance of the original, so Zheng Qi can tell at a glance. However, although he is very familiar, Zheng Qi was still shocked when he saw Wai Jiangshan. From the game, Zheng Qi knew that Wai Jiangshan was probably a fat man, but when a guy weighing more than 300 kilograms appeared in front of him, he was still shocked. I remember that there are also weight loss and fitness effects in the game. Boss, why are you so fat? Zheng Qi couldn't help asking a question that was not very polite. Wai Jiangshan didn't care, but patted his belly happily. Oh, there's nothing I can do. I just can't control my mouth and I love to eat those greasy things. Even if I exercise well, I still get fatter. But don't look at me as fat, I'm flexible. Take care of yourself, brother. Zheng Qi nodded, and didn't say much. He was not interested in interfering with other people's lifestyles. Sui Qingfen, on the other hand, looked more normal. He was not very tall and was relatively thin, but his frame was big, and he looked very imposing. When Wai Jiangshan talked about his love of greasy food, Sui Qingfen showed a scared expression. The 2 came together all the way, and when they were preparing to leave, they realized that they were actually from the same city and came together. My brother is awesome. I get tired of eating one roasted lamb loin as big as a fist. He can eat 5 skewers of 2. He can eat more than 20 palm-sized scallops in one go. Sui Qingfen said, revealing a lingering fear. It seems that he, who was relatively thin, was really scared by the misty river and mountain. Haha, it's okay. Our cafeteria is not bad. Zheng Qi couldn't help laughing. To be honest, no one cares about the food expenses. Although the pure natural foods that Zheng Qi likes to eat are very expensive, it's just that his mentality is not correct. In fact, those cheap artificial synthetic foods, whether in nutrition, taste or quality, are no different from pure natural foods. Real pure natural foods are only sought after by some rich people because they are rare. In order to save money this year, Zheng Qi ate synthetic foods, and then found that there was really no difference. Then he wondered if he had been too pretentious before. In short, as long as it is synthetic food, no matter how much is provided, the expenses are quite small. Of course, They will not deliberately waste it. Wasting food is not a sin these days, but it is something that is easily despised. After them, the three people from both arrived. With a purely professional attitude, they rushed over at the specified time. Under the leadership of Zheng Qi and Su Jing, they visited the fully matured Fifan club base. After the visit, the three looked at each other and had a higher opinion of Fifan in their hearts. After all, although Boat is also a former professional club, its current expenses are definitely not that high. They just built a building in an ordinary residential area as a place for club players to stay. They don't need to have so many people now, and of course there is no need to build several floors of office buildings as office residences. Fifan can make it so big, which has proved their ambition and planning worthy of a professional club. This is actually the effect that Zheng Qi and Su Jing want to see. The facade of a club is not used for show, but to prove the comprehensive strength of a club. Super clubs have high incomes, but if clubs outside super clubs can have such a good club residence, then at least it proves that they have no financial problems. This is very important. Although the trio of Boat is not very famous in the professional circle, they know some people anyway. Slowly spreading the information about Fifan's residence can also make Fifan famous in the professional circle. You know, even if Fifan successfully enters the Super League, it is unlikely that they can quickly establish their own youth training system. This is a very long process, and they can only start to build it after entering the Super League. Before that, if Fifan wants to introduce fresh blood, he must introduce talents from outside. The more famous he is, the easier it is to introduce talents. After entering the professional arena, our publicity department will start, at least we have to show our situation, so that more players can know us and more audiences can know us. Su Jing said to Zheng Qi. Well, this is of course necessary, but there is no need to be distracted now. If you don't enter the professional arena, it will be useless to promote it. Zheng Qi nodded. Yes, entering the professional arena is the most important thing. Although the finals are also a stage, it is much smaller than the professional arena, and it is even more incomparable to the stage of the Super League. Su Jing agreed with Zheng Qi. We are now fully staffed. In terms of overall strength, we are no longer inferior to any other team. We just need experience. In this regard, we can only count on Uncle Meng. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said. Uncle Meng has been working hard during this period. Su Jing nodded. During this period, Butler Meng has been collecting game data from other teams and observing them in a targeted manner. The final grouping will not be released until the start of the second half of the season. There is no way to make any targeted tactical arrangements now, so what Butler Meng has to do is to collect as much information as possible and then put it in different categories to avoid being at a loss when the time comes. This is a very hard job, but Butler Meng can't let others do it for him. After all, he has to do it himself to be more familiar with it. It's very hard, but Uncle Meng seems to be enjoying it. He is much happier than when he was a butler before. Zheng Qi smiled and said, when he was my butler before, although he did everything in an orderly manner, he rarely smiled as happily as he does now. It's like, how should I put it, he finally found what he wants to do. So Uncle Meng's past is really interesting, right? Su Jing said with a smile. Yeah, it's a pity that he never talks about his past, Zheng Qi replied. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a Mundo Fanfic Novelas, significa lo descarga en y subir en sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 321. Don't be too complicated. Almost everyone has arrived, but what makes Zheng Qi and Su Jing a little strange is that two people who should have arrived earlier have not arrived yet. Kelapakumi Alua and Dynamic Light Waves and Shu have not arrived yet. Strange, they don't seem to be unpunctual. Zheng Qi was a little strange. He was actually more familiar with these two people than Su Jing and the others. After all, before entering the football era, they had known each other for more than a year in the Era King. And Zheng Qi always felt that judging a person's character through games is quite accurate. After all, what is shown in the game is often the instinctive display at that moment, which can be said to be quite accurate. Of course, this view changed after Helisu tripped him, because from the game, he could feel that although Helisu seemed a little deep, he would not harm others, and he still didn't understand this. As for the two old friends, Queen and Diane Guang, Zheng Qi's observation is that although Queen is carefree, she will not make promises easily. Once she promises something, she will definitely do it. Although Diane Guang is young, he has a rigorous personality. After all, he is a scientist. If he is casual, he can't be a scientist, although maybe Zheng Qi is not a scientist yet. If these two people are said to be unreliable, it would be really incredible. Strange, did something happen on the road? Zheng Qi asked Su Jing with some concern. No way, now whether it is a high-speed rail or a plane, it is convenient and fast, unless they want to take a private spacecraft to shuttle directly from the atmosphere like those crazy people, but they don't look like crazy people. Su Jing also felt a little incredible. It's a pity that now in order to prevent magnetic field interference, the communicator is shielded during the trip, otherwise they can make a phone call. Zheng Qi said depressedly. If they are on the high-speed rail or plane, it will be very fast, just a few dozen minutes. They are so late that they should not be on the train. Su Jing reminded. Oh, that's right. Zheng Qi slapped his forehead. He actually ignored this common sense. So Zheng Qi immediately took out his communicator and called Nialiwa, and then found that the call could not be connected. These days, the phone could only be connected on the high-speed train or the plane. The speed of high-speed trains and planes far exceeds that of 100 years ago. Even if it is a slower high-speed train, it will not take more than an hour to get from one end of China to the other. The plane is even faster. Of course, due to air pollution, electromagnetic interference will be very serious, so the prohibition of communication with communicators seems a bit backward compared to the past. The Queen is on the way, where is Diane Guang? Zheng Qi muttered, and then called Zheng Qi. He was still more accustomed to calling these two people by their previous names. This time the call was quickly connected. Diane Guang, have you arrived? No, I'm still at the Academy of Sciences. Diane Guang's voice came over without any abnormality. Ah, is there a problem with the leave? Zheng Qi asked nervously. In fact, what he was most worried about for this group of players was that there would be a problem with the number of cards. After all, he was a member of the Academy of Sciences. What was the Academy of Sciences? After Bu Qingdun left, the Earth Federation established an institution specifically for the development of science and technology. The main target was the football-era system left by Bu Qingdun, because before Bu Qingdun left, he said that the next step in human development was in the football era. As a legendary figure who rebuilt the Earth's ecosystem and living environment, although Bu Qingdun did not do anything specifically, he completely eliminated the gap between war and humans to a certain extent. The words he left behind cannot be ignored. So decades ago, the Federal Academy of Sciences was established with the original intention of concentrating the smartest group of humans to advance the next step of human evolution faster. So when they knew that Diane Guang was going to join the Academy of Sciences, they were really scared. And if such a person ran out to become a professional player, would the Academy of Sciences really let him go? Although the Academy of Sciences is not a gang, nor is it a club where you can't leave once you enter, in Zheng Qi's mind, you can't just leave and run around after entering such a place. After all, it is related to the future of the entire Earth. About asking for leave? Oh, that's no problem, I just need to go back every year to report this year's affairs. No problem, I'm doing other things, it may take a day or two, I won't be online these days, I will contact you before coming. Zheng Qi finished this paragraph, and then hung up that communicator with a snap. Zheng Qi looked at the communicator in a daze for a while, and then turned to look at Su Jing. He turned on the hands-free just now, so Su Jing next to him could hear it clearly. Don't you think this situation seems familiar? Zheng Qi said to Su Jing. Yes, he won't show up again next time. Su Jing also nodded in the same way. With such worries, Zheng Qi and Su Jing waited for Nialiwa. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a handsome boy. It seems that our group at the time was really full of handsome men and beautiful women. When Nialiwa, who had a hot body and outstanding appearance, appeared in front of Zheng Qi, she shouted. Zheng Qi scratched his head. I'm actually okay, not very handsome. Not as handsome as Brother Fei. After Shinrao Fei participated in the professional league, his real appearance and information were made public. In line with his cold personality, Shinrao Fei's appearance was extremely handsome, so that the number of Changfeng's female fans increased by several percentage points. Although it doesn't seem much, considering that Changfeng is already one of the most popular teams, if it increases by a few percentage points, the number will be quite amazing. Shinrao Fei's handsome appearance is obvious. At least Zheng Qi feels that in terms of handsomeness and temperament, he is probably not as good as this guy. But now Zheng Qi is a little curious about Nialiwa's words. Has Nialiwa also seen other people? Zheng Qi, kid, I went to see him once last year. As for her, as you, he actually came to my place to meet him before the team broke up. Niaoliwa gnawed a cucumber in her hand without grace, and said, I treated him to a meal at the time. This guy is also quite handsome, but unfortunately he is not my type. He didn't seem to come to see me for anything else. He was just passing by. So we had a lot of fun eating and chatting. We went to drink some wine in the evening, and I sent him back the next day. At this point, Niaoliwa said with some regret, if I had known that he would do such a thing, I would have taken action against him at the time. At the time, I didn't think about the rabbit and didn't eat the grass near the nest. Zheng Qi was a little speechless, but thinking about the queen's style, this is really something she can do. So you don't know where he is from, right? Zheng Qi asked. Yes, if I had gone to meet him at the time, I would have pulled him out and beat him up. Niaoliwa said regretfully. Actually, I don't want to do anything to him. I don't hang out in the club. I'm just curious. Why did he do this? There is no reason. Zheng Qi smiled. He's a moron. Who knows what a moron thinks? Niaoliwa said with disgust. I'll take you to where she lives. Su Jin changed the subject. Oh, is this Sister Su? She's really generous and beautiful. Come on, take me to the girls' dormitory. It should be far away from where these stinky men live. Niaoliwa saw Su Jin and immediately approached her with great enthusiasm, then hugged Su Jin and walked away. The calm and generous Su Jin was also a little overwhelmed by Niaoliwa. After all, even if the other party was also a woman, Su Jin was not used to such intimate physical contact. You know, even Luli, who grew up with her, rarely hugged her so intimately. Seeing Su Jin being taken away by Niaoliwa involuntarily, Zheng Qi couldn't help but smile bigly. The queen has always been a bit talkative, extremely hot and bold. She shouldn't be interested in women, but she shouldn't. Zheng Qi didn't dare to think about it any further. He shuddered and followed her. Obviously, Su Jin has put a lot of effort into the club's residence, including taking into account some details about accommodation. Nowadays, there are quite a few female players in professional clubs. Although they live and eat together, women do not have any inherent disadvantages compared to men in the game. However, if the place of residence is not taken into consideration, it is easy to cause some problems. Such scandals broke out in the early days of the professional league. It is normal for humans to develop some feelings because of living together for a long time. The key is that the number of female players was relatively scarce at the time, so it was not uncommon for the team to be jealous. Moreover, many players themselves were married, and the impact of such things was even worse. Therefore, there was a voice that the league at the football era should still be divided into men's and women's teams. However, this blindly backward and extremely unequal argument was quickly spread out without leaving any slag. The female players themselves are also very competitive. Top players who can compete with any top professional players have emerged continuously, gradually reversing these prejudices. Today, it is not uncommon to have female players in professional teams. Therefore, in terms of accommodation, each club has mature experience. The training places are similar, but the living places should be separated to reduce some unnecessary daily contact, which can naturally avoid some problems. Of course, if there is a problem, not to mention living separately, even iron railings and large wolfhounds can't stop it. Following the two girls' buttocks and walking around the girls' dormitory, it is obvious that Niaoliwa is very satisfied with the living environment. Zheng Qi also breathed a sigh of relief, because it is obvious that Niaoliwa just habitually wants to hug someone and walk, and there is no other overly intimate behavior. Oh, I'm young, my thoughts can't be so complicated, I have to maintain my innocent personality. Zheng Qi thought to himself. Chapter 322. It's really awesome. In fact, Zheng Qi and Su Jin seem to have thought too much before. The reason why Niaoliwa came at the last minute was not because of any complicated reasons, but because she had too many friends in the local area. Today, one sent her, and tomorrow, that sent her. Niaoliwa was also a big sister with a generous personality. She almost delayed the time, but she still came to the club at the last minute. Zheng Qi's delay of a few days brought a huge surprise to Zheng Qi and his team. It seems that there is always one person missing in our team. After the gathering, other players soon discovered this situation. Of course, they would not ask casually. For amateur teams, nothing can be said before they are fully gathered. There are also many cases of changing players at the last minute, even if it has reached the final stage. Therefore, although the league committee stipulates that the final game cannot be changed at will after the deadline for personnel reporting, it still leaves a loophole because of reality. If there is a legitimate reason, up to 3 players can be replaced. However, such loopholes are generally only opened by more famous former professional clubs, and ordinary clubs are really not qualified to let people open this loophole. Fifen Club is a new club after all. If the number of players is not complete or changes are needed by the registration deadline, then their performance in the final match will definitely be affected. The amateur teams will definitely make changes at the last minute. The professional teams will not waste this time. The 2 months are not for you to play, but for you to train better, strengthen your strength, and enhance your tacit understanding. And these 2 months are even more important to Fifen. Half of their main players in the qualifiers will be replaced, and the 6 new players will play a decisive role. Under such circumstances, it will take a long time for the 2 groups to get along, and there will be a lack of opponents to practice. So if the players can't get together, there will definitely be huge problems. So Zheng Qi and the others are more worried. Of course, they hope to win to the professional arena this year, and don't want to waste another year in the amateur league. For them, the only use of the amateur league is to let them understand and get familiar with the atmosphere of the game, and it has no benefit for their operation level. Another person who was somewhat dissatisfied with this was Wang Yuanfen. He arrived only a little later than Li Rui. As a second-generation player, Wang Yuanfen didn't think much of Fifen's accommodation, but he soon discovered that Zheng Qi lived nearby. After learning about Zheng Qi's approach, Wang Yuanfen praised it highly and rented a larger office next to the business center. He arranged everything in his own way, making others feel that he was generous. Wang Yuanfen didn't care about anything else. He signed a 4.5-year contract with Fifen in one go, but he didn't ask Fifen for any treatment. He only asked for 1% of the shares. Instead, he invested more money in the club than Zheng Qi and others, fully demonstrating his characteristics of not lacking money. He didn't care about money, so of course he cared about something. He joined Fifen just to become a part of a professional team and challenge various powerful enemies with others. Now that they have formed a team, an important player has not shown up. Zheng Qi didn't express any intention of punishing him. Can the club last long without rules? Although Wang Yuanfen was a bit willful, his view on this aspect was very accurate. There is no water without rules. The word professional in a professional club is reflected in various rules. However, this torment did not last too long. On the 3rd day when the whole team gathered, Zheng Qi had just exited the holographic cabin when he received a call, and then he ran out immediately. The other players who exited the holographic cabin like him looked at Zheng Qi, who ran as fast as a rabbit in surprise, and didn't know what happened. "Boss, where are you going?" Li Rui shouted from a distance. "Zheng Qi is here, I'll pick him up." Zheng Qi shouted without looking back, and rushed into the elevator, and then the elevator closed and went down. He was 3 days late and asked the captain to pick him up. How can Zheng Qi be so pretentious? Wang Yuanfen said dissatisfiedly. In fact, no one is more stylish than him. He carries 2 bodyguards and 2 service personnel with him. Although Wang Yuanfen never lets these 4 people follow him to the club, he is escorted to the door under the protection of 4 people every day. This is quite stylish. However, in training, Wang Yuanfen is honest and never pretends to be cruel, which has changed other people's impression of him. It should be something. Zheng Qi is not the kind of person who doesn't know the importance of things. Su Jing said in a gentle voice. Wang Yuanfen curled his lips, but didn't say anything else. He still had to give some face to Su Jing. "Disperse, Zheng Qi, there's nothing to see." Niaoiwa stood up and waved her hand generously, indicating that all the members of the first team should disperse, leaving only a few people to wait for Zheng Qi. Her meaning was very clear. Now there are indeed many people in the team who are dissatisfied with Zheng Qi's lateness, and they let everyone wait here stupidly. Of course, such resentment will become greater. Niaoiwa and Zheng Qi were old acquaintances after all, and she didn't want him to stand against so many people as soon as he arrived. Yes, there's no need for so many people to stay. Just do your own things. Kelapakun and I will stay. Su Jing said with a smile. There's nothing to do, so it doesn't matter if we stay. Li Rui muttered. He really felt that there was nothing to do, so he might as well stay and welcome Zheng Qi. He was also very curious about Zheng Qi. As a lively young man, he always had some inexplicable awe and yearning for scientists. Yes, stay, and welcome him when he comes. Wang Yuanfen began to make a fuss, and Niaoiwa and Su Jing smiled bitterly at each other. They believed that Li Rui had no other thoughts, but in this way, if there was any conflict, the atmosphere of the newly formed team would become bad. What would they do next? Compared with the first team of the former professional club, the extraordinary players now have an advantage, but overall they're still a little worse. What is needed is to work together and unite. If there is a crack in the team, it will be really difficult to deal with. When a group of people started waiting, Leader Rui did not notice any change in the atmosphere. He just chatted with Wang Yuanfen with great interest. I don't know where he got so much to say. What's more terrifying is that Wang Yuanfen can really chat with him. The two of them have completely different backgrounds and experiences. Most of the time, they are talking at cross purposes, but they can still chat happily. These two guys are also capable. Others thought to themselves. Complaints are complaints, but listening to the two people chatting is quite drowsy. You can't hear what they're saying clearly, but it's crisp and pleasant to the ear. Leader Rui speaks quickly, with a strong sense of rhythm, while Wang Yuanfen speaks clearly. The words of the two people are mixed together, which is quite like a lullaby. Others are not bothered by listening. About half an hour later, the elevator made a ding sound, and the door opened, and then Zheng Qi walked out first. Everyone was excited, even Leader Rui and Wang Yuanfen shut their mouths, but the next moment, they were all stunned. Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi are not the only ones who walked out of the elevator. Zheng Qi came out first, and then more than 10 people came out from behind him. If it weren't for the sightseeing function of this elevator, it really couldn't accommodate so many people. These 10 people were fat and thin, with different shapes. Some dressed themselves up neatly, and some were quite unkempt, but there was one thing in common, that is, they all had an unconcealed curiosity about everything in their eyes. Come on, let me introduce you to everyone. Zheng Qi's face was smiling like a flower at this moment, and his mouth couldn't close. He first pointed to Zheng Qi beside him. Everyone actually knew this person, but only Nidaluwa had seen Zheng Qi's true face. This is Zheng Qi from Dynamic Light Wave, an important member of our first-line team. He was delayed for a few days because of some things, and now he has joined us. Zheng Qi, who was of medium build and handsome, stepped forward and said, "Hello, everyone." "Hello, hello." The others nodded to Zheng Qi one after another. Some of the players who were originally dissatisfied with Zheng Qi and wanted to give him a warning were now attracted by the group of people brought by Zheng Qi. Wang Yuanfen suddenly thought that he should hire a few more people tomorrow to bring them here, so that it would appear more impressive. However, he soon found that even if he hired another 100 people, they would not be as impressive as Zheng Qi's appearance this time. How about the people here? Zheng Qi began to introduce the remaining 10 or so people one by one. Thanks to Zheng Qi's good memory, he remembered the names of the 10 or so people he had just met for a while, and he could match them with the names. This was also his ability. After hearing so many names, the other contestants of Fifen were a little dizzy. After all, they really couldn't remember them all. The other party's behavior was also very strange. It wasn't that he was overly proud or anything, but he nodded to everyone without caring at all, and then began to look around. "Sister Su, take these people." Zheng Qi called Su Jing over, and then said a noun to her. Su Jing was obviously stunned at first, and then looked at Zheng Qi with surprise, and then smiled and made a gesture to the 10 people. "Everyone, please follow me." After Su Jing took the 10 people away, Zheng Qi's suppressed smile finally spread across his face. "Boss, what's wrong with you? Did you pick up a wallet when you went out?" Leader Rui asked curiously. "What? There's no such thing as a wallet." Zheng Qi laughed, and then made a mysterious gesture to let everyone come over. After everyone gathered around curiously, Zheng Qi whispered, "We're rich now. These 11 people are all talented people from the Academy of Sciences, and they will form the tactical department of our club, responsible for researching various tactics." No one else could hear what he said next. No matter who they were, everyone had only one thought in their mind at this moment: damn, Fifen is going to be really awesome. Chapter 323. The feeling of both laughter and tears. What is the most important thing for a club? Of course, there are many opinions on this question. Money is of course the most important thing. Without money, no matter how good the players are, they can't continue to play. The team will be demoralized, and no matter how good the coach is, he can't lead the team to victory. However, under the mechanism of football era, money is important, but it is not the most important thing. As long as there are enough fans supporting, the club will be a continuous money-printing factory, just like the Demon Madman mentioned before. Their performance is average and the club's economic strength is average, but relying on their high popularity, they have become the only club in the first-class club that can make a profit. The more important thing is the players and coaches. Without outstanding players, it is difficult to win the game. Without outstanding coaches, it is impossible to bring out the strength of the players. The Guild Alliance is also very important. The system of football era is destined that the Guild Alliance is the foundation of the club. They can usually help the club accumulate materials and provide ticket income for the club during the game. It is no exaggeration to say that the foundation of the football era club is built on these fans, and what fans can do for the club is much more than what fans can do for the club before. However, for a club, it is still not enough to have only management, players, and guild alliances. The tactical department is also an extremely important department. Unlike the past football games, although the styles of the games in the football era are also varied, there are still some rules to be found, that is, the rules of skill matching, which skills are more effective when matched with which skills, in what environment they are more suitable to use, and which players are more effective when used in this way. All of this is based on a huge and complex calculation system. Therefore, whether a team performs well or not, in addition to the dedication of the three armies and the wisdom of the coach, the strength of the tactical department is also extremely important. If the level of the tactical department is high, it will be easier for the team to win, so the possibility of attracting good players will be higher, and there will be more fans, entering a virtuous circle. However, for most clubs, even professional clubs, it is quite difficult for them to find an extremely reliable tactical team, because if they want to have outstanding attainments in tactics, they must have two basic qualities. First, they must be very familiar with the various skills and environments of the football era, and second, they must have excellent calculation coordination and inference capabilities. First of all, many professional players can do it after retiring. After all, they have been playing games all their lives. In fact, a large part of the tactical teams of various clubs is composed of these professional players. Their familiarity and ability in this area can play a great role. But the other point is very difficult. Although the professional players of the football era are not like the professional athletes in the past, who had to start playing football at the age of 5 or 6 and persisted until they were 17 or 18 before they could become professionals, resulting in generally low academic knowledge. Of course, there were also many players in the past who were excellent in both character and learning, but as professional players, they must have chosen this path early, and would not give up completely in terms of knowledge, nor would they specialize in it. After all, anything requires a lot of energy to be done well, and human energy is limited. Most of the former professional players who entered the tactical team are great players. Many of them can only help in the tactical department. It cannot be said that there are no such people who have professional level skills and extraordinary talents in these aspects, but they are quite rare. Every one of them is coaxed by the club like a treasure, and the salary is higher than that of the players. Because such talents are really rare, and if there is such a talent in charge, the tactical team will have someone who can control the situation. In addition to former professional players, the tactical team is composed of specialized researchers. These two types of people make up the whole of the tactical team, and these two types of people often have natural oppositional emotions. One side thinks that I have been in the football era for so many years and have seen all kinds of situations. Isn't it better than you guys who can only talk nonsense? The other side thinks that the only role of you guys with only brute force but no brains is to provide some life experience when we need it, and then you can stay where you want and don't point fingers at my research. The conflict between theorists and practitioners has existed since ancient times, although not everyone is like this. In general, the thinking of these tactical personnel will not deviate from this category, so for every boss, the most headache is not how to make money, nor how to introduce good players and good coaches, but how to have a tactical team that can use all its strength on research instead of internal consumption and has excellent capabilities. In recent decades, clubs with steadily rising performance and outstanding performance have basically been very stable in terms of tactical teams. Of course, Class A clubs often do not have such troubles, because it is difficult for them to find talents in this area. Basically, retired players form tactical teams, and then these retired players will be very depressed to find that the guys in the other tactical teams can beat them in the game with one hand, but in these specific tactical research, they are really not as good as these guys who can only talk nonsense. And for fun. They did not have a tactical team before. Butlerman's tactical arrangement can solve a lot of problems, but this will definitely not work. In this case, the role of the tactical team will become more and more important. But everyone knows this situation, but not every club can do it well, because the solution to this problem is very simple, that is, there are talents in this area, but talents in this area are too scarce. Now, 11 guys from the Academy of Sciences, this is not just awesome, it's awesome. There are many legends in the Academy of Sciences, just like the street stalls and online novels 100 years ago that praised the Chadwell's family, the Chinese Dragon Group and the Freemasons, full of all kinds of exaggerated imagination and textual rendering. However, one thing is certain, those who can enter the Academy of Sciences must be the kind of freaks who were extremely smart since childhood, who can learn everything at once, and have an IQ of up to 250. If they are not the most extremely smart people, they cannot enter the Academy of Sciences. These people are definitely much better than the talents that other clubs can find in data collection and logical reasoning. With such a group of people helping to collect data, model and infer various situations, how awesome will Fifan's tactical team be? The question now is, how did Fifan pull these people here? In fact, the answer to the question is also obvious. Zheng Qi was late for a few days, so he should be doing this, right? After figuring this out, the little complaints of others about Zheng Qi's lateness immediately disappeared, and were replaced by admiration and worry for Zheng Qi. The admiration is because, this guy kidnapped 11 bigwigs from the Academy of Sciences in one breath. Is this something that ordinary people can do? Although he is also from the Academy of Sciences, it is obvious that he has only been in the Academy for a few years, but he can fool so many people. Isn't this too awesome? As for worrying, it is worrying that the Academy of Sciences is now the most awesome institution, which is extremely valued by the Earth Federation. More than a dozen people from such an institution were pulled away in one breath. This kind of thing must be considered a serious political incident. Although the Earth Federation is more like a butler now, no matter what, it is also the highest authority in theory of mankind. Can the club afford to offend such a big organization? Don't be kidding, don't look at me like that. It's not that I have a big face. I don't know if Zheng Qi still remembers how we met in the new district. Zheng Qi is such a smart person. Seeing that everyone's expressions seem a little weird, he immediately waved his hand. Well, you and a group of people came to make trouble at the time, and we beat you up, and then we found out that you were acquaintances. Zheng Qi thought about it and replied. What making trouble? That's doing experiments, understand? Zheng Qi said. Okay, you said experiments are experiments, and today you're the biggest. Zheng Qi laughed. At the time, we were just testing the method of pooling monsters. After all, no matter how complete our data is, it still needs to be combined with actual combat. Facts have proved that there is no problem with our method of pooling monsters. If it weren't for you freaks, you wouldn't be able to keep us. Zheng Qi said somewhat angrily. Yeah, but we still won, hehe. Zheng Qi laughed very provocatively. At the time, there was not only me, but also my 9 teammates. Zheng Qi ignored Zheng Qi and continued. So those people are among this group? Zheng Qi's eyes lit up. Actually, there are not many, only 6 or 7 of them followed. They are all people who like to move, so they are willing to enter the game with me to experiment. Zheng Qi said. Well, the rest are people who like to be quiet. Zheng Qi said casually. You guessed it right, the other 4 people are only interested in research. They won't experiment in the game themselves. When they have an idea, they will take it out and let those who are willing to experiment in the game to try it out. Anyway, there will be no danger. But you know that few people in the Academy of Sciences are willing to move. I was young at the time, and they drafted me into the army. Zheng Qi said depressedly. Zheng Qi couldn't help but smile. He could imagine Zheng Qi's mood at the time. He was originally full of blood to serve the Earth Federation and save the Earth with his own knowledge. For this, he gave up such a promising career as live broadcasting in the era king of football. What was the result? After arriving at the Academy of Sciences, he was still grabbed and thrown into the game to do experiments. No matter who it is, if they encounter this situation, they will feel a sense of laughter or a feeling that they are being played by God, right? Chapter 324 Unprecedented Confidence. However, although it was ridiculous, for Zheng Qi, playing games was not a chore. He was different from other researchers in the Academy of Sciences. Those people were either focused on data and other things, or were older. Playing games was a chore for them, especially the endless leveling, which they thought was a complete waste of life. But Zheng Qi was different. He was young and had a high level in the game, otherwise he would not have become a live broadcast star. So after accepting such a task, he took the others into the game, and everyone knew what happened next. This time, we were able to pull them over because the 4 big guys heard from me that there were many people in our club who could play games and implement their ideas. Zheng Qi said. I see, it seems that the Academy of Sciences is really a group of otakus. Zheng Qi sighed. Yeah, so how can a young and lively handsome guy like me not feel depressed staying there? This time, some of them were too quiet to do anything, and some were forcibly pulled here by the 4 big guys. As for the 4 big guys, they just wanted to do more experiments here. They definitely won't do some small things, but some of their ideas can be used as one of the subjects for our training. Zheng Qi said. Including you, there are 12 of us. There won't be any trouble with your Academy of Sciences losing so many people, right? Zheng Qi asked. What kind of trouble can there be? There are only 12 of us. Do you know how many people there are in the Academy of Sciences? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. Zheng Qi thought about it. He really had no idea about this kind of thing, but think about the Academy of Sciences. The people selected must be the elites of mankind, the smartest group of people. There won't be too many people like this, right? 1,000, no, 2,000 people? Zheng Qi asked tentatively. Zheng Qi shook his head. More or less? Zheng Qi was not stupid. Less. Zheng Qi said. What about the 5,000 people? Zheng Qi asked cautiously. It's about the same as adding a square. Zheng Qi replied. How much is that? I only know addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Zheng Qi asked in confusion. A square is multiplying yourself by yourself, what? 25 million? Su Jing helped Zheng Qi explain, and then he was immediately shocked. It's about the same. Do you know how big the Academy of Sciences is? There are now tens of billions of people in the world who are good at computing and they all work at the Academy of Sciences. Because the football era requires a comprehensive deconstruction, we are just a drizzle, nothing. Zheng Qi replied. After Zheng Qi explained, they realized that in fact, the Academy of Sciences is not full of scientists. It was true at the beginning, but which top scientist doesn't have 10 or 8 assistants? In addition, the more they studied, the more they found that the football era can be solved not only by computer problems, but also by everything, so talents from all aspects have been gathered by the Earth Federation. In addition, the Earth has now eliminated hunger and war, and a large number of humans have nothing to do. As a result, the proportion of people who are interested in scientific research and exploration has increased by an unknown amount, and there is a complete training system. In this way, it is normal that there are many people in the Academy of Sciences. With so many people, naturally there are many who actually have nothing to do. Moreover, even the Earth Federation cannot afford to support so many people. Most of the time, they rely on voluntary participation, so the Academy of Sciences has basically no control over these people. They come and go as they please. Of course, the core personnel is still under strict protection. After all, there are still many crazy people after they have nothing to do. After listening to Zheng Qi's explanation, the others were relieved. At this time, Su Jing also took the 11 big guys to visit the facilities of the tactical department. It is obvious that these big guys are still very satisfied with the environment. After all, the base prepared by Su Jing is considered large in area. As for the lack of instruments, the scientific big guys don't care too much about this. They just come here by themselves now. After a few days, their assistants will bring all kinds of instruments. Everyone has their own instruments that are more convenient to use. If they are really prepared for them, they may not be happy. It's great, 11 great gods have come, and they all brought their own food. Sister is so lucky, Lu Li sighed in her heart while looking at the 11 unkempt scientists with shining eyes. As the general manager of the club, Lu Li certainly knows what Fifan lacks now. Lu Li has no other strengths, but she is careful and does detailed preparations in advance. She has not participated in the first team games in the past 6 months. In addition to managing the guild, the most she has done is to check the information of various professional clubs and learn from various channels what links a professional club needs. Although these materials are often confidential, there is nothing that can be kept secret these days. From some details, it can be inferred quite well. Under such circumstances, Lu Li is of course quickly familiar with what a club needs. In terms of hardware facilities, Fifan is no longer lacking anything, but people. A good player in the first team can be gradually cultivated through the set of monster pooling techniques. It only takes a few years to form a competitive team. Now Fifan has no shortage of core players, but ordinary role players are easier to make up. In terms of guild alliances, Fifan still has a big gap with top clubs. However, through the 4-guild alliance, the gap has been shortened, and even Fifan's guild income can suppress many super teams. Even if this situation cannot continue, it can gradually grow up. What's more, with the attribute points of Fifan's main core, their equipment replacement rate is actually very low anyway. If you want to buy legendary equipment, you can fill it with less than 800 attribute points. If you want to change the center of gravity, then you can use gold coins to wash the points. Although it costs a lot, it is not a big expense compared to changing equipment. In terms of management, there is nothing to say. The shareholders are the group of people in the team. It is enough to have talents in business. Lu Li thinks she is not bad in this regard. Even if Su Jin concentrates on being a professional player, there is no problem. At most, 2 people can be transferred from the business department of the Sun Group. So after looking around, Lu Li found that most of the problems Fifan is facing now can be solved. Those that cannot be solved temporarily can be gradually solved over time. It is the tactical team that cannot be solved. This cannot be solved with money alone. Even if you're rich, you are not as rich as those super clubs, right? Those super clubs are not very complete in this regard. Many times they have to rely on luck and luck. How can Fifan do it? This is actually one of the biggest problems of new clubs. After all, they have no historical precipitation, no retired famous players to lead, and it is difficult to find talents in this area. But this problem cannot be solved. Even if the club is strong, it is difficult to reach the peak. The reason why Changfeng and Tin He are doing so well now is because they are recognized to have the 2 best tactical teams. With a good tactical team, the team will naturally be able to better occupy the advantage in the game, and the winning rate will be better than when there is no tactical team. In this way, the club can enter a virtuous circle. The same example is Nangyue. Nangyue also has the top tactical team. So although there are no top players in their team, and Xinguang is much worse than other teams, they can always maintain a stable 3rd position and challenge the status of Changfeng and Tin He at any time, because they are very good in this aspect. If they can continue like this, then their revival is only a matter of time. Now compared with Changfeng and Tin He, they only lack super players like Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's. Of course, Chen Fen, the head coach of Nangyue, is very depressed recently, because Shen Ruofei's performance made him realize how good a player he missed. When he was about to play Zheng Qi, he found that Zheng Qi had already started to form a team to impact the Super League. He is still a major shareholder and boss. Such a player, of course, is not something that others can dig. The topic has gone too far. In short, the status of the tactical team is quite important, and you can't manage it well if you manage it properly. In fact, for Fifan, it is also possible to build it slowly. After all, most professional clubs have not done well in this regard because it is too difficult. If Fifan just wants to be an ordinary professional team, then the current conditions are definitely enough. However, if they want to perform better and want to compete with the top teams, this aspect must be strengthened. Others may not know, but can Lu Li not know what Su Jing is thinking at this moment? Although she is gentle and generous, she is an extremely strong person. If she does it, she will either not do it or not. Of course, she will hit the top. This may be influenced by Zheng Qi, but Lu Li knows that even without Zheng Qi's influence, with Su Jing's soft outer and strong inner character, she will do her best. As a good girlfriend who grew up with Su Jing, Lu Li will do her best to help Su Jing with anything she wants to do, just like she found Zheng Qi's ZY team from the vast light broadcast team in one day. No one knows how much Lu Li has done during this period of time, and how much pressure she has secretly endured in her heart. These pressures are not because of worrying about herself, but because of worrying about Su Jing and Fifan's future growth. And now, these pressures no longer exist. The people Zheng Qi brought in can completely make Fifan's tactical team the world's top. Of course, the tactical team cannot play a big role now, but as time goes by, the tactical team will have an extremely broad prospect and future like Fifan. Chapter 325. Different. The scientific giants have settled down, and the next one who will come into contact with them will be Zheng Qi. The others don't know how to deal with these scientific giants, because they have never thought that they would live under the same roof with a group of scientists. This kind of experience is something that most people would never think they would encounter, but fortunately, the scientific giants are not interested in communicating with these people. The thinking of the two is completely on different dimensions, and even if they talk, they won't get far. Zheng Qi felt a little guilty, so he secretly found Zheng Qi and asked, "Are we just supporting these scientific leaders like this? Should the club pay them some salary? Will they care about this salary?" Zheng Qi looked at him curiously. "The leader? Yes, the one wearing flip-flops. His name is Fen Qingwei. Many top leaders in the Academy of Sciences think he will be the next federal-level scientist, the kind who can lead a department. He is only 35 years old this year, but the patent share alone is enough for his income to exceed that of most of the rich. Do you think he will be short of money?" Zheng Qi swallowed his saliva. "What about the others?" "Don't worry, although they are not as awesome as Senior Fen, they will not worry about their lives unless the Earth is destroyed." Zheng Qi replied. "Didn't you say that they are not core-level scientists, so they can run around casually?" Zheng Qi asked curiously. "Yes, but don't underestimate the Academy of Sciences," Zheng Qi replied. "Okay, I don't really understand you scientists. Zheng Qi sighed. Although he still didn't understand, Zheng Qi decided not to worry about this kind of thing. Think about it, if he pays these scientists, first of all, whether he can afford it is a problem. Secondly, if he pays them, then the scientists will work for him. Do you still want to fight with the Earth Federation for people? So Zheng Qi decided to let it go. Anyway, if they want to stay, they can stay. If they don't want to stay, Fifin won't stop them. No matter how long such a big Buddha stays in your small temple, it is your blessing. In any case, the Fifin Club has been set up. Of course, how big this door can be depends on their performance in the next game. So in the next period of time, Fifin's players live a very ordinary and fulfilling life. Every day they compete with Zheng Qi for the boss, play friendly games with them, and then go to play a game of football to relax, and then rest. Such days are boring, but very fulfilling. This is the result that every guy who wants to become a professional player must bear. After Fifin reorganized the first team, Zheng Qi was shocked. In every friendly match in the arena before, Zheng Qi actually won easily without much effort. This year, Zheng Qi is doing quite well. Although they lost the Super Cup, as the game progressed, Shinryu and the whole team began to have better and better tacit understanding. This also allowed them to quickly make rapid progress in the league after paying the price of initial performance. The rapid progress mentioned here is completely literal. After Shinryu was fully integrated, they won all the way in the league and cup competitions, not only making up for the points they were behind in the early stage, but also gaining a considerable advantage, leaving Team Head behind by a considerable distance, especially in face-to-face confrontations. In the away game, Shinryu and Lu Xiaoxin were the spearheads, forcibly defeating Team Head's strong defense and winning. After winning the first victory at Team He's home court in 2 years, everyone knew that Zheng Qi's advantage in this year's league was even more obvious than last year. Last year, Zheng Qi actually had a lot of advantages, but Team He kept chasing them, and launched a Jedi counter-attack in the second half of the season, snatching the league championship. But this year, Zheng Qi's advantage is more obvious. For Team He, it seems more rational to focus on the East Asian Cup and the World Cup. So after the end of the first half of the season, Zheng Qi actually didn't want to play with Zheng Qi and his team anymore. The reason they played before was to get along with each other and to give Shinryu face. Now they have been playing with them for half a year, so it's almost time. So Lu Xiaoxin originally planned to tell Zheng Qi and his team that they don't need to play such friendly matches anymore. If they want to grab the boss, they should show their strength with their hands. As a result, when Fifin's personnel were assembled, they surprised Zheng Qi in the first friendly match. They played friendly matches for half a year, and on average they played 3 days a week. Although the two sides didn't meet much in the previous half of the season due to schedule conflicts, as long as they could meet on a certain day, they would play at least a dozen or 20 games that day, because the goal was just to kill all the opponents, so a game would be very quick. After so many games, Fifin never won, not a single one. His best result was to kill half of Zheng Qi's players. That was because Zheng Qi underestimated the enemy. If they really wanted to get serious, it would be Zheng Qi who could support them for a while. However, after the game started, Shinryu was a little excited when he saw that the opponent had several new faces. After being together for half a year, Zheng Qi's teammates also knew that Shinryu was actually a battle maniac. His personality was more direct and violent than Lu Xiaoxin. Lu Xiaoxin was a player with a strong desire to fight, but even when he was fierce, he also had great reason and plans. What about Shinryu? He just wanted to fight. Only in the battle could he inspire his greatest fighting spirit and enthusiasm. Such a player needs someone to control him so that he can move in the right direction. There is no doubt that Zheng Qi has done a good job in the past 6 months. He tried his best to bring out Shinryu's fighting desire, and then Lu Xiaoxin checked for omissions and made up for them. This allowed Lu Xiaoxin to save energy and perform better at critical moments. In fact, in the past 6 months, it was with such tactics that Zheng Qi began to become more difficult to fight. At this time, seeing that Fifin had a newcomer, Shinryu would rush over with great interest. That was really normal. If it was a professional game, he might be calmer, but wasn't this a friendly match? So when they saw Shinryu's figure moving, the others who appeared knew that Shinryu was ready to take action. Of course, they needed to protect him from behind. At that moment, the others began to cooperate with Shinryu to help him open the gap in Fifin's defense line. Only by breaking the opponent's defense line can the opponent be eliminated one by one. Although Fifin had several good players before, the overall gap was still not small. Even if the best few were on the field at the same time, it was easy for Zheng Qi to break up the entire formation with one blow. Most of Fifan's players, if they are not protected by a tight formation, when facing the attack of professional players, it is no different from lambs to be slaughtered, and they will be easily killed by the opponent. This is why Zheng Qi's tactics have not changed much. First, even if Fifan knew that Zheng Qi would attack like this, they could not stop it. Second, this approach can better train Shinryu Fei's offensive ability and train other teammates on how to cooperate with him in this situation. Because although Fifan's overall performance is average, it is still difficult to break their overall performance when they are gathered together. In this case, playing with them will be of sufficient value. Shinryu Fei's ability to integrate into the team so quickly has to be said to have a lot to do with their constant breakthroughs from Fifan's defense line. Fifan's overall performance is not good, but they have several overall players who can let others surround them to defend. Both sides are getting what they need. Zheng Qi has trained his offensive ability, and Fifan has trained his defensive ability and experience in facing professional teams. Otherwise, Zheng Qi is not Lei Fen, so why should he help Fifan to train soldiers? It was also because of this that Lu Xiaoshan did not feel any guilt after deciding not to play this kind of friendly match with Fifan anymore. He did not need to feel any guilt for this. Shinryu Fei rushed forward, and at this time Li Gurui came to interfere with him from the side, but Shinryu Fei ignored him. He judged that Li Gurui's interference from the side was just a cover, and Wang Yuanfen, who was hiding behind one of the opponents, was the key person to stop him. However, he did not need to pay attention to Wang Yuanfen. He only needed to focus on attacking Su Jin and Smishu, and others would naturally help him solve the rest. Lu Xiaoshan appeared beside him in time, and the level of the first person was fully demonstrated. Two consecutive skills were almost released at the same time, first blocking Li Gurui, and then blocking Wang Yuanfen. This almost impossible operation was only temporarily blocked, but it was enough for Shinryu Fei to get the opportunity to rush in. Shinryu Fei's attention was on Zheng Qi at the moment. Although he could not see Zheng Qi for the time being, he knew that Zheng Qi would appear beside him at any time to give him a hard blow. Shinryu Fei was also familiar with Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi's tactic is to go straight to the middle, while Fifan's tactic is to make the opponent's tactic ineffective. Zheng Qi will definitely find a way to stop him. Sure enough, when Shinryu Fei rushed into Fifan's formation, Zheng Qi came out from a very sneaky place. He had been shrinking his body and hiding behind Qing Yizhao. Qing Yizhao was relatively big and covered his body tightly. With an acceleration, Zheng Qi flashed in front of Shinryu Fei, and then used a double whip to hit Shinryu Fei continuously. "When can you fight me head-on?" Shinryu Fei asked while fighting back. "Just entangle you." Zheng Qi smiled obscenely, and at this moment, a charm fell from the sky and landed accurately on Shinryu Fei's head. Fin est captulo much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No se olvidan like busgasms contenido exclusivo y exeo inmediato. Si escribita nuestro Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, si suscripción dona que nos anima a continuar. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.